How's it going, everybody? This is Novakast, back with some more content, playing some more of, well, Hogwarts Legacy. Alright, so, we gotta meet Sebastian at the Overlook. I will probably do that, but for now, make a quick pit stop. Hogwarts. So I got another mission? Oh. Summoner's Court. Bollocks. Or no, would it be bugger? You know what? Sebastian can wait for a sec. I wonder if, you know, it'd be really cool if I get a dialogue option with,
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
never mind.
Actually, perhaps another time.
Oh, man. You know what'd been really cool after finishing that quest is having a, dialogue option with Deke about Penny. That would have been cool. I mean, for Slytherin, I've been kind of I've been attempting to be very considerate with everybody. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Actually, now that I think about it, the only time that it hasn't really worked was, well, with Solomon, Sebastian's uncle. So, alright, so we've got the potion station. I wonder if there's a way to get the next level for the room. I really like how this looks, though. Alright, so I thought I was gonna have more of a thing. I guess not. So let's make a brief thing to, well, to play Summoner's Court. Summoner's Court. This is gonna be a lot of fun.
There you are. The Cross Wands duelist to beat.
Who is it? Grace Pinch Smedley.
Hello, Grace. What are you doing here?
Nice to see you. Thank you again for your help at the lake. I've become quite good at Summoner's Court, and I'm waiting for my next opponent. I suppose that's you.
I suppose so.
Shall we begin?
Yeah. why
I'm
not?
game.
Well, let's see what you're made of. The Pinch Smedleys will always look upon you as a trusted ally and friend. Accio. You didn't see that.
Okay, let's try this. This is gonna be terrible.
Accio.
Get the other one.
Accio.
50? 50, please. Okay. Please? Oh, that's perfect.
What a remarkable shot! Well, it appears I've been bested.
Okay, that was a lot of fun.
Well done! Diving, Summoner's Court. Seems there's nothing you can't do.
Good game.
You played a good game, though, Grace.
I did play rather well, didn't I? Only one student has ever beaten me. She's very good. But if you play the way you did against me, you might stand a chance.
Is it Natty? Do I get to play against Natty again? Let's go to talent. Well, stealth I don't have to worry about. Room of requirement. Alright. Now quest. Let's go and do the next quest.
Revelio.
Thank you for all that you've done for us.
Hard work and good luck.
Alright, let's wait for him.
I thought my owl might pique your interest.
I came as soon as I could.
I'd been so preoccupied by all that happened with Ominis and the catacomb, not to mention my uncle's reaction, that I'd almost forgotten what it was that struck me about that triptych. This is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it.
That's incredible. You know this area well.
And while I was waiting for you, I scouted around and discovered an abandoned mine nearby, surrounded by Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea, but perhaps they're searching it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
Perhaps we can avoid detection.
We need to see what they're doing, but let's not draw their attention.
Very well.
And I still have that rune symbol we found on the triptych. If there is a connection, I suspect we'll see that symbol again.
After you. Quietly now.
There they are up ahead.
I'll let you lead.
Next time I see Pig or that student, I'll give them what they deserve.
No one enters this mine. Kill anyone who tries.
Ranrock's loyalists are out for blood.
Petrificus Totalis.
Do it! An intruder!
I've been fighting since before you were born.
Arrest them and Crucible. Depulsor.
Showing off, are we?
Glacius. Defender.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work. This is going well.
We make a good team.
We do at that.
Once again, we could fight our way through or be discreet.
Yeah,
You
frickin'.
know which one I'd choose?
Arresto momentum.
It's your arm.
Glacius. Depulsor. Potato.
You almost had a lucky shot.
I should have been.
Arresto momentum. Accio.
And the fun is over.
Fun is a relative term.
It is. And that was relatively fun.
Okay, let's move. Let's get into the mine. Switch over to my neck.
But if you don't fill up some...
For better or for worse, we're in.
How nice of you to stop.
Arresto momentum. Accio. This mine looks like a tomb.
It was closed after accidents were reported. Now I see why.
You know what? Just to play it safe.
I don't see any goblins in these webs.
Too disgusting for even a spider to prey on.
Arresto momentum. Accio. Glacius. Depulsor.
I'm a goblin, not a toy!
Glacius. Glacius. Depulsor. Glacius. Depulsor. Defender. Crucible. Defender. Bombard.
How many of Ranrock's loyalists are in here?
Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want. Wingardium Leviosa. It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the hairy legs, or the soulless eyes, or the venomous fangs, or any number of endearing qualities, really.
Smashing.
Should have thought to conjure stairs.
Reparo. Confringo.
There we go.
Arresto momentum accio. Confringo. Crucial.
That spell got my attention.
Glacius. Defonso. Defender. Sendo. Imperial. Confringo. Flipendo. Bombarder. Arresto momentum accio. Confringo.
Well, what happened? Okay, I had to pause for a second because that was weird. And like I had to double check that one moment because that was just because I for a second, like as I'm playing it, I thought for a second that was if it was just my TV, but or at least how I'm viewing the game, but sure enough, no, that actually happened for the recording. Alright, let's continue.
We're making quick work of them.
Professor Hecat would be proud.
She would at that. Ranrock's loyalists have all but declared war.
No.
Lumos.
Lumos.
Stupid one. Arresto momentum accio. Confringo.
We've still not seen a single rune symbol.
I think we're going to be a bit distracted from runes for a moment.
An unwelcome...
We have another fight on our hands.
Why am I not surprised?
Oh, this day's gone on too long.
Arresto momentum accio. Crucial. Confringo. Glacius. Depulsor. Fingers. Imperial.
I will make you pay.
Flipendo. Bombard. Crucio. Potato. Arresto Momentum Accio. Confringo. Glacius. Depulsor. We're not finished yet.
It's almost as if they were waiting.
Flipendo. Bombarda. Crucio. Arresto Momentum Accio. Confringo. Glacius. Depulsor. Defender. Protego. Flipendo. Bombarda. Arresto Momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucio. Depulsor. Glacius. Defender. Imperial. Flipendo. Bombarda. Arresto Momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucio. Glacius. Depulsor. Defender. Flipendo. Bombarda. Arresto Momentum. Accio. Confringo.
We certainly cleared the room.
I don't know why Gryffindors get credit for bravery. We Slytherins are teeming with it. Confringo.
Much more fun to fight with. A rune symbol above the cavern door.
Ranrock's loyalists never knew to look for it. Confringo!
I wouldn't be surprised to find a couple more rune symbols.
Confringo!
Wasn't expecting that.
Alrighty. What the heck? The world floated back to me as in a watery haze. How long had I been unconscious? I only remember his eyes, empty of sorrow, yes, but also I recall feeling a sense of euphoria as I watched the pain vanish, but then everything started to turn when I fell. I must have hit my head. I neither feel nor see a mark, but the pain is throbbing. I can only hope it is not the Black Death. At least he is no longer in pain. Isadora
What do you
is...
have there?
A journal entry by Isadora.
Hopefully it will help us unravel more of this mystery.
So, yeah, that was Isadora's. So...
Sebastian, I think I found something. A canvas piece.
Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Still, something about this place feels odd.
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganach was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft, and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft, why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols? And ancient magic that no one but you could see?
Isadora and Percival Rackham, another of the Keepers, could see traces of ancient magic too.
Rackham? I haven't heard his name before.
Here's some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on how this magic should be used.
This is all rather baffling. Let's take the canvas back to the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there. This place is odd, to be sure, but I'm fascinated by it. Now, for the trek back out of here and to Hogwarts.
Unless we can find another passageway to the Undercroft. Let's have a look around. Revelio!
There it is.
And now for the moment of truth.
It has to fit. Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble.
What do you mean?
I know that coast. Ranrock has taken over a huge mine in the surrounding area. Marrenweem has suffered for it. It's as bad as Feldcroft's become. Should we head there now?
We should wait.
Why?
All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
He did tell us in confidence.
Someone who knows Ranrock personally. They asked me not to mention their name to anyone.
A goblin? Tell me I'm wrong. You know goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins are...
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the mine we just went through?
No, Sebastian, I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
Dude, seriously?
Perhaps your uncle was right about you. You don't know when to stop.
Oh, I do know when to stop. Unbelievable.
And let's talk to Poppy.
She needed to. I have...
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the last. Come by Spintwitches as soon as you can.
Oh, good, you're safe.
There you are. You were in such a state when you left.
The poachers got to my gran. Someone recognized me in Horntail Hall and they got to her.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
She's fine, thank goodness. But they were at her house, our house. They assumed I'd sent the egg there. She said they took the whole place apart looking for it, screaming that we'd cost them everything.
I'm so sorry, Poppy.
I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm glad she's all right. I don't think either one of us could have anticipated that.
I should have known. I underestimated the poachers. And now another creature's in danger.
What do you mean?
The poachers refused to leave empty-handed, so they took valuable journals that Gran had discovered when she was researching rare creatures. One of them contained theories about a secret hiding place of the Snidget, long thought to be extinct.
Exactly what kind of creature is a Snidget?
It's a small bird with golden feathers. It's incredible. It has rotational wings that allow it to dart quickly in any direction. In fact, the golden snitch in Quidditch is based on the snidget, which barbarically was actually used in the sport hundreds of years ago.
Okay. Why do the poachers care about snidgets?
Why would snidgets be valuable to poachers?
They could make more money with snidgets than they ever would have fighting dragons. The golden snidget's feathers and eyes are incredibly valuable. That's why they're believed to be extinct. They were hunted out of existence by wizard kind. If the poachers found some now, I can't bear to think about the horrific way they'd be bred and killed for profit.
Alright. Did the journal say where the snidgets were hidden?
Where exactly are these snidgets allegedly hidden?
Gran says the journals were a bit cryptic, which is good. Perhaps the poachers won't be clever enough to find the birds. From what she recalls, the journals only noted that the key to finding them lay in the moonlight. Gran thinks it can be narrowed down to a handful of locations.
Alright. Something tells me you want to find these creatures.
I take it you aren't going to let the poachers anywhere near the snidgets.
Gran wants me to stay out of it, but I know she's devastated that poachers might go after the snidgets, if they still exist. We had the element of surprise on our side when we saved that dragon, but the poachers will be watching for us now.
We need allies. Others who hate the poachers enough to help us, who value creatures as much
Merlin's beard! You're a genius! The centaurs! They'd want the snidgets protected at all costs.
Let's talk to the centaurs.
Sounds as if we need to go and talk to the centaurs.
We'll need to be careful in how we approach them. Tensions with them are high. Still, I think they may be our only hope. Let me think on it. I'll let you know as soon as I have a plan.
Okay, let's see where our next... There we go. Let's go there first.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
It is wonderful to see you back here.
Where's she at? Oh, there she is. Hey, Penny.
Oh, perhaps today you have something you'd like Penny to sell for you?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Penny wishes you safe and wondrous travels.
What the hell? Did I just teleport out of the... What?
Just because they can go to Diagon.
Hello again. Wonderful to see you. As before, I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you. What are we looking for today?
Holy crap.
You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. You're all set with the new upgrade. I can't wait to hear what you think. This may sound presumptuous, but...
You'd like me to report back with even more flight details.
You know me well. I feel I'm almost there. I just think I can improve broom flight a bit more. Miss Ray's is running a time trial at the South Coast course. Not ideal, really, what with rumours of Ranrock's lot and Ashwinders infiltrating the place. However, if you're flying high above them, you should be all right, I think.
Okay.
I'm not worried, Mr. Weeks. I'll see if I can find Imelda.
I hope you are able to complete these trials. I have a feeling this final upgrade is going to be a sweeping success. Do be careful, of course. I shall look forward to hearing from you soon. I look forward to our next meeting.
Have I been here already? I believe so.
I deserve better than patrol. Okay, so how exactly am I supposed to...
We should speak with Mr. Bickle's friends. I believe I can sneak away without drawing my mother's eye. Meet me near Hogsmeade, and we will devise a plan.
Who lived here, I wonder?
I think I know how and where to approach the centaurs about protecting the Snidgets. Meet me in the Forbidden Forest.
Oh, man! Glacius! Cabalsa! Windows! Glacius! Imperial! Your blood's on Ranrock's hands.
Is that it? Missed it!
Glacius! Arresto momentum. Accio.
Is that the best you can do? When are you going to give up? Always on the defense.
Was that your best? Ah, you seem tired.
Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Prevendo. Bombarda. Glacius. Capulso. Imperio. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Glacius. This looks intriguing.
If only I could get my hands on things for that student. Huh?
Glacius, Depulso, Pendo. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucio.
This will not be. That's the student.
Accio. Arresto momentum. Potato. Stupefy. Crucio. Glacius, Depulso, Defendo, Imperio. Bombarda. Prevendo.
That's better.
What are you up to now?
Finally.
Revelio.
Confringo!
What have you done?
Okay, come on.
I should investigate.
I should, but I'm not going to. Not right now, anyway. Here we are.
The course looks rather deserted. I hope everything's all right.
I'm over here. Okay.
Hello again, Imelda. This course is a bit far from the castle, isn't it?
Obviously. Evidently too far for most of our classmates. Pathetic. They should be begging me to keep these trials alive, not running scared. I'm surprised our new 5th year showed up. I suppose I appreciate the effort.
That's actually... thank you.
I know I can be impatient, but I get frustrated by those who don't take things as seriously as I do. And in my experience, that's everyone. Anyway, don't let it go to your head. Right then, enough chatter. I'm confident I've posted a time you won't be able to beat.
I'm ready for the challenge.
We'll soon see how I fare, won't we? I'm ready.
Get ready to lose.
That wasn't too difficult. Oh! Oh! going well. Now that's more like it! Made it. Brilliant. That wasn't too difficult. Lost. Brilliant flying, if I do say so myself.
Whoa. Might have to try this again. What the heck? Come on.
Not close enough.
Try this again.
Wasn't hoping for that. Not to worry.
You'll have to do better than that if you want to top my time. This course is all about testing your ability to focus. Each turn requires a decision. Make one, then commit to it.
Imelda Reyes, are you giving the competition advice?
I wouldn't call it that, no. Just chatter between friends. That's all. Now, care to try again?
I'm more ready than ever.
I'm ready. Thank you, Imelda.
Of course. Get out there.
That wasn't too difficult. Brilliant. Made it. Oh!
There we go.
Brilliant flying, if I do say so myself.
I think I passed the one that I got stumped on. Okay, there we go.
Now that's more like it. This is going well. That wasn't too difficult.
Almost there.
Brilliant!
About 3 seconds. I think, yeah.
That was quite something.
Impressive work today, but don't get too comfortable. I'll be on your heels in no time. My family's not going to believe the news when I tell them. They're almost as competitive as I am. Almost.
Competitiveness runs in the family.
Do you get your competitiveness from your family?
You could say that. My grandfather played Quidditch for Puddlemere United. And my father, well, he was a chaser for Slytherin, but had to stop after a curse took his knees out. Said it was the Gryffindor beater. And me, I fell in love with flying the first time I saw the ground disappear beneath my feet. Something about the freedom you feel on a broom. I've not been able to stop since.
We keep running the course.
Will you keep running these courses?
I'll race them myself. Don't want to get rusty. But I won't be dealing with time trials. You're welcome to run them too. Anyway, hope we find time to fly again soon.
Okay. Any plans to play Quidditch for a team?
I take it you want to play for a team, but which one? And which position?
I'm my father's girl. A chaser through and through. You'd know that if Black hadn't cancelled Quidditch this year. As for a team, it's the holy-head harpies I've always dreamt of. When I'm finished with school, I'll try out. If for some reason I don't get accepted, I don't know what I'll do. Herbology, perhaps? Because if that did happen, you might as well pop me and call me a mandrake. I'd never stop screaming.
It's been fun.
It's been fun competing against your records, Imelda.
It has been fun. Glad you're here. 5th year. You're an asset to our house. You take care of yourself.
Oh, cool.
Beginner's luck, I say. You'll not beat me next time.
I should let Mr. Weeks know that this was his best upgrade yet.
Let's go to Hogsmeade.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Swear to Merlin, that statue.
How's my favourite test flyer?
Hello again, Mr. Weeks. I set a new record in the South Course.
Hello again, Mr. Weeks. I set a new record at the South Course.
Fantastic! Your broom performed well then?
The best upgrade yet. It flew beautifully, incredibly nimble. But with the speeds it now reaches, I can feel the wind catching beneath the seat a bit, preventing it from reaching its full potential.
Of course! Should have anticipated that. Exactly the kind of report I've come to expect from you. At last, I think I know what needs to be done for my final upgrade.
Okay. Very exciting, Mr. Weeks. Until then. What will you do from here?
What will you do after the final upgrade is complete?
I aim to make Spintwitches the most sought-after shop in Hogsmeade. And I wouldn't mind getting back on a broom myself, just for the thrill of it. Couldn't be more pleased we made headway with the upgrades, proved the naysayers wrong, made all the hard work worth it.
Alright. Very exciting, Mr. Weeks. Until then.
I shall look forward to speaking again.
I'll be sure to send you an hour when I'm finished. Thank you again for your help. Couldn't have done this without you.
Good for Mr. Weeks. Mr. Weeks and I do make a good team.
Alright, now. Looking at the quest, let's do the surprise meeting first. That's right, because she wanted to talk to the centaurs. This might be a problem.
I can do this. I can do this. They will want to help.
Is this where we're meeting the centaurs?
Well, they don't exactly know we're coming, so it's less of a meeting and more of a surprise, I suppose.
Don't understand.
Once we tell them about the Snidgets, they'll understand why we came and they'll want to help.
I hope you're right. Perhaps they'll be able to tell that we're sincere. There's something about them that's so knowing. It's almost unnerving.
Centaurs are known for being wise.
I suppose they are known for having an air of omniscience.
That's exactly the right word. Never mind.
What is it?
It's nothing, truly. We've no secrets to hide.
That's right. We'll simply be honest with them about what we're trying to do. They'll have to help us, won't they?
Yes, of course. You're absolutely right. We'll meet with them, tell them about the Snidgets, and I'm sure to all be fine.
Oh shit. Oh, here they come.
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Please! We were hoping to speak with you.
Ah! I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the time you spoke to a centaur, and it spoke back.
No, never. We're here because we need your help.
Enough! You made a grave error in judgment in coming here, little witch.
Leave them be, Alec. We do not harm the young. It is not our way.
You forget your place, old fool. I'm the leader of this herd, and while you cling to our way, their kind continue to slaughter beasts like us without a care!
From what I can see, they have slaughtered no one. They will leave here unharmed.
Mark my words, Doran. If I ever see them again, it will be all 3 of your heads.
Foolish children. Do you know what happens to wizards who wander here? Now, follow me before
Golden Snidgets are still alive, and the poachers are after them. They know that the key to finding them lies in the moonlight, but they don't know what that means, yet. Please, help us find the Snidgets before the poachers do.
Could it be? In the south, there is a cave within which lies what the poachers seek. A moonstone. Retrieve it and place it in the henge in the forest. I, on the other hand, must go speak with the herd. Find me after you have done this.
I don't understand. So the moonlight mentioned in the journal doesn't refer to actual moonlight, but to a moonstone. What do moonstones have to do with Snidgets? And why was he so certain about where we could find one?
Isn't moonstone common?
Isn't moonstone all around us? Why retrieve one from a cave?
Knowing centaurs, I suspect he's referring to a specific moonstone. We'll likely know it when we see it.
Okay. I trust him.
I don't know, but I am inclined to believe him, what with his being a centaur and all.
I am too. It is a shame how quickly he left. What was his name? Doran?
That's what the leader of the herd called him.
Well, if Doran knows something we don't, I'd rather act now and ask questions later. I can head to the library and start looking into the cave you mentioned.
Okay.
I'll let you know what I find.
West.
These rocks have seen better days.
Alright, let's wait for Natty.
Are you ready to put an end to Harlow?
I'm ready to do what's needed to take Harlow down. I know you have a plan.
We must gather information from the friends of Mr. Bickle that Archie and Mrs. Bickle mentioned. Agabus Filbert, Otto Dibble, and Mr. and Mrs. Rabe.
All right.
I suggest that you speak with each of them while I head to the Hogshead. I saw some Ashwinders heading there. And as my mother would never go near the Hogshead, she is less likely to learn of my activities than if I were to wander the village questioning its residents.
Where can I find them?
Where am I to find these friends of his?
I do not know about Mr. Rabe, but his wife, Daisy, is often in Hogsmeade, as is Agabus Filbert. And Otto Dibble, he works at Gladrags, so you will likely find him there.
Okay. What am I hoping to learn?
What sort of information am I trying to gather from these people?
They may know what evidence Mr. Bickle had against Harlow, or they may have evidence of their own. We simply need to know whatever they know.
Okay, I'll speak with Mr. Biggle's friends.
Very well. I'll speak with them, see what I can learn.
I knew I could rely on you. We need to know how they are being blackmailed by Rookwood and Harlow. Meet me here after you have spoken with them. Hopefully, by the time you return, I will be able to move a bit more freely.
Mrs. Rabe should be nearby.
That was weird. Alright.
Oh, Isco, what have I done?
Mrs. Rabe, I wondered if I might speak with you about Theophilus Harlow. I'm a friend of the Bickles and I'm trying to gather evidence against him.
Poor Joanna and little Archie. And now Harlow has taken my darling Isco.
What do you mean? Why?
I'm a security guard at Gringotts, and my husband is a curse breaker for them. Harlow approached me about helping him extort my colleagues into giving him treasures from the vaults.
And you declined?
Of course I declined. Repeatedly. I thought they'd given up.
until I came home one night and found my husband gone and a note affixed to my door with a knife. The note stated that I only had a few days to reconsider helping with some banking needs and that my husband would appreciate it if I acted quickly. But the help Harlow wants is help that I cannot give, and my dearest Isco is paying the price.
Why would Harlow take your husband?
Why wouldn't Harlow extort your husband?
Isco's job is even more removed from the vaults than mine. He travels the world for the bank. He could do nothing for Harlow. I'm the one in the bank on a daily basis, which evidently makes me an enticing target for blackmail.
Have you given Harlow any information about Gringotts?
Have you helped Harlow since your husband was taken?
No, I'm worried sick about Isco, but he'd never want me to compromise my integrity. I also know that he's extremely clever. That said, I was hoping he would have escaped by now. It makes me concerned as to why he hasn't.
Does the note confirm kidnapping?
Are you sure the note means that your husband was kidnapped?
What else could it possibly mean? Besides, I came home to find that someone had trampled the daisies in our garden. It may sound silly, but those were Isco's pride and joy. He would never have let that happen.
That is what I need.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabe. Knowing the lengths that Harlow will go to is helpful, albeit more than disturbing.
Mr. Bickle was trying to help us, but now he's gone. I don't know what to do.
I shall do all I can to get evidence against Harlow, Mrs. Rabe.
Very well. Here's the note I received. You must be careful as well. Please don't put yourself in danger.
Oh, that's already too late for that. Miss Rabe, we do hope you will reconsider helping us with our banking needs. We've given you ample time to reach a decision on your own, but we are beginning to lose our patience. We know your husband would appreciate it if you were to see the value of our work, or the value in our working together. Shall we expect a response by week's end? Best to keep this between us, if you understand our meaning.
Some evidence worth hanging on to.
Thank you. I hope it's not too late.
Now, to find Mr. Bickle's other two friends. Otto Dibble works at Gladrags. I should check there.
Please tell me you didn't take it, but perhaps it's been here all along.
Mr. Dibble, may I speak with you? It's about Theophilus Harlow.
I've nothing to say about him. May I interest you in a stunning cravat today?
Please, sir, I'd like to help. I spoke to Mrs. Bickle.
You know the Bickles? All right, but we must be discreet. Can't have Mr. Hill hearing this.
I know Mr. Hill. He was kind to me the day of the troll attack.
Oh, he's a good man, but even he wouldn't understand about Harlow. It started a few weeks ago. I was distracted, reading a note, when you-know-who came into the shop. I hid the note behind the counter and offered to help him. He stared at me for a moment, then asked me to check on an order he'd placed. I went into the storeroom to check on what turned out to be a non-existent order. When I returned, he was holding the note.
What was in the note?
It was a note from Rosie Hill, Mr. Hill's daughter. You see, we've been, secretly engaged these past 6 months. We haven't told Mr. Hill yet. I dare say he has higher hopes for her. Harlow advised me in no uncertain terms that my relationship with Rosie, not to mention my employment here, depended upon my cooperation.
What did he ask you to do?
It all happened so quickly. In an instant, he took a very expensive scarf from the counter, pocketed it, and smiled. He said, "Your secret is safe as long as I can supply my lady friend with delightful items like this every so often." I've been able to cover for his requests until now with some creative bookkeeping. but I can't keep it out for much longer. I'm terrified to say anything. I could never live without Rosie.
About the note.
Could you give me a bit more detail about the note? That might help me to identify it should I come across it.
It's on Rosie's special pink stationery. It has her monogram at the top, RH. That's how Mr. Hill would know it was real.
How are you hiding the extortion?
What have you been doing to keep the extortion a secret?
Well, as I mentioned, creative bookkeeping. And I've also been trying to cover the costs with my own savings, but I'm running out of money. Of course, none of this bodes well for my efforts to improve my circumstances and to be worthy of Rosie.
Yeah, Mr. Hill seems a fair man. Can you tell him?
I met Mr. Hill the day of the troll attack. He was kind to me. Why don't you just tell him?
He's a lovely man. But when it comes to Rosie, I fear he loses all perspective. He'd see this as a grave betrayal. I'd lose my job instantly, and Rosie as well.
Okay. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you for telling me. I'm gathering evidence to take Harlow down.
I would love nothing more than to see him rotting in Azkaban, but be careful. He's an awful man and incredibly dangerous. As for Rosie's letter, should you happen upon it, I have committed it to memory. You may destroy it immediately.
Understood.
Now hurry off before Mr. Hill returns. Where was I?
We're on the right track. Now to find the last of Mr. Bickle's friends.
Okay.
Agabus Filbert must be around here somewhere.
Hello there.
Excuse me, Mr. Filbert. I wondered if I might speak with you about your dealings with Theophilus Harlow. I hope to ease Mrs. Bickle's mind by gathering evidence against him.
Tragic, what happened to Bickle. He wanted me to speak out against Harlow for an act of violence committed against me. But I feared Harlow's retaliation, and so I refused.
You should have spoken out.
If you had spoken out against him as Mr. Bickle asked, perhaps Harlow would be locked away by now.
Perhaps. But perhaps I would have suffered a similar fate.
You said that Harlow committed an act of violence against you. Could you tell me what happened?
Before my extraordinary wife, Dulcibella, passed away, she had just completed a small book of poetry. As a surprise for her birthday, one she never had the chance to celebrate, I had the book beautifully bound and plated in gold. One day, Harlow came calling to punish me for having spoken out against the Neanderthals that comprise Rookwood's lot. Before I knew it, I'd been petrified, and Harlow was rifling through my home. He found the book of poetry, with its exquisite gold plating. I watched helplessly, lying there in my entranceway as he walked away with the book, laughing as he went. I was shaken to my core. Still am, to be honest.
I imagine you fear Harlow retaliating again, but do you mind if I share this information with Officer Singer?
I suppose I have no choice. This extortion can't go on forever. You can pass it on to anyone who may be willing to help. Harlow does not like people talking, as you already know.
I've spoken with Mr. Bickle's friends. Now to find Natty.
Okay. Oops. I meant to do that.
It's not like Natty to be late. She said she was going to the Hog's Head. Perhaps I'll find her there.
Oh shit, she got captured.
Natty must be around here somewhere. Revelio!
Oh no.
Natty's wand. She can cast without it. She wanted me to find this. She's in trouble. Revelio will show me where she was taken.
Nosy little students get what's coming to them.
Revelio! Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly.
Oh, these people fucked up.
The footprints led to this room. There must be another way forward. Accio! A hidden door. Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly. I'd better be sure I'm not seen. Revelio.
If I likes it, I takes it. It's not real work, but using that girl as bait, no one's coming for her. We ought to just kill her. Only a Hogwarts student would be arrogant enough to come in here alone.
When we're done here, I'm going straight to the Hogshead. Or perhaps I'll just...
I've seen this coming. I told you all, too many minds at work and not one needed, not one. This is going to be the downfall of us all, this is. Mark my words. Suppose it's worth a look.
I'm tired.
It's Totalis.
Yep.
Accio. Ringo. Crucial. Potato. Novice. Glacius. Devolso. Stupefy. Imperial.
Death! That's just careful!
Devolso.
Nice try!
Crucial. Rebecca. Arresto Memento. Accio. Ringo.
What are your thoughts on electricity?
I've never seen
Made a grave.
Glacier. Potato.
I'm not done.
Depulso. Defender. Imperial. Arresto Memento. Accio. Confringo. Crucial. Revelio.
Did you hear that?
What?
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Oi!
Revelio.
Oh, here we go.
We should speak to her again. Perhaps she'll tell us where
Arresto momentum. Say nothing. Boss to deal with her when he arrives. Accio. Potato. Well, stupid now. Look for it. Shut. Places. The pulse. Stereo.
Knew you would do. Aha! Bang.
Flipendo. Bombarda. Bombarda. Flipendo.
No! No!
Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo.
How dare you do such a thing to me? Expulso!
Potato. Stupid. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucio. Places. Capelso. Defender. Imperio.
I am at your call.
Flipendo. Bombarda. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Repulso. Glacius. Defender.
Alright, so I gotta keep an eye out for that other evidence.
Revelio. He must be here somewhere. Revelio.
You found us. I knew you would realize I had left my wand for you. Speak to Mr. Rabe. Over here. I need your help.
Mr. Rabe, Daisy told me you'd been abducted.
You spoke with my wife. How is she?
Worried about you. Are you all right?
I am all right. Thank you for coming. These locks are cursed, and there's an anti-apparition jinx on the cells. Even Natty's skill with wandless magic cannot free us. I need you to find my wand.
Use mine. We'll find yours together once you're out of there.
I need my wand for this. Using one with which I have no connection may not work as well or as quickly, and we cannot risk detection.
I shall do my best. Any idea where it might be?
It's nearby. I can sense it.
Understood. I'll find it.
Your friend Natty was not able to summon my wand. Any luck with my wand? Please, you must find it.
Revelio.
My wand is somewhere in this room. I can tell.
Revelio. Mr. Rabe's wand could be in there. Aloha Mora. Mr. Rabe's wand. He'll be glad to have this back. Revelio.
I wonder.
Mr. Rabe, I found your wand.
Well done. I knew it was nearby. Now, you best stand back. One never knows how a curse will react to being broken.
Thank you, Mr. Isco.
My pleasure. And thank you, my friend. We owe our lives to your bravery. I may be too weak to disapparate with you both, but I can try.
You go ahead. Find Officer Singer. We will get out of here on our own.
Very well. But be careful. Thank you, my young friends.
Be prepared for a fight. These Ashwinders must pay.
Revelio. Revelio. The book of poems that was taken from Agabus Filbert. He'll be thrilled to have this back.
Before I leave.
Revelio.
Gotta make an attempt to find the other thing. There it is.
Otto Dibble's love letter from Rosie. He wanted me to destroy this if I found it.
Alright.
Let's find Officer Singer and put an end to Harlow once and for all.
Okay. Oh, she's right here.
Natsai Onai. I should have known. And you, the troll dispatcher. Oh, thank goodness the two of you are safe.
Why is she already here?
Isco Rabe told me a couple of students had rescued him. Should have known it was you two.
Right.
Is Mr. Rabe all right?
He is. I sent him home to his wife. Miss Onai, your mother will not be pleased to learn that you're still risking your safety pursuing these dangerous men.
Actually, Officer Singer, Natty and I learned of several Hogsmeade residents who've had their lives threatened by the Ashwinders. In addition to abducting Mr. Rabe to blackmail his wife and Natty, Rookwood and Harlow have also extorted Agabus Filbert and Otto Dibble.
I will look into all of that. As for the two of you, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you are taking great risk. Next time, Please let the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
Alright, understood.
Yes, officer. Do you have enough evidence to take down Harlow and the rest of Rookwood's lot?
Well, it's certainly a good start. We shall see. But you can leave this to me now. Natsai, you may wish to speak with your mother about this before I do.
My mother will not like this. Thank you again for rescuing me. We shall speak soon.
I'm truly awed by what we've accomplished. The final broom upgrade is better than even I expected. Stop by Spin Witches when you can. The Ashwinders have ceased pestering me. I suspect that's your doing. Thank you from me and Rosie both. We're just leaving for our honeymoon, after we tell Mr. Hill of our recent marriage. Wish me luck.
Okay.
Oh, hello again. Couldn't have perfected the broom upgrades without your help. As always, I have a special price for you.
I'm not going to be able to afford it, yeah. I'll come back to this later.
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
I'll come back to it. Talk to the headmistress.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Hello, Professor. I have news. The goblins are looking for something. Another repository. They've built drills to help with their search.
Most troubling.
Are these repositories like the broken container I found at Rookwood Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map. Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
It's Hogwarts.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time. My portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. In fact, I witnessed Professor Black learn of your arrival. And I'll confess that I wondered about you.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's office?
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself. You'll need to access the office while he's away.
I understand. Very well. I'll find some way to get in.
Good. I shall meet you in my portrait there. Until then.
Oh, goody.
How will I gain access to the headmaster's office? Perhaps Professor Fig will know what to do.
Now we got 2 more side missions. Apologies, plot. Oh, we're gonna turn Professor Fig. That's funny. Okay, so... deal with that one first. Okay. Okay, let's see. Right. Guess I have a reason to go to the room of requirement. Challenges, combat, avenging owl, avenging raven mask. Okay. Quest stuff. Let's deal with this real quick. Actually, yeah, I haven't even gone over there yet. I was gonna head over there first, but now I'm thinking about it. Let's head to the room of requirement first. here real quick. Wait.
You are the talk of the school since you saved Mr. Rabe and I from the Ashwinders. We have come so far. We should discuss the next steps in our plan to stop Harlow.
Okay. There we go. Oops, shit. I did not mean to do that. Oops. There we go. Alright, one more. There we go. I'm actually going to put a high wing in here. Next time I come back here, I'm gonna breed a Caligo and High Wing. Get another little hippogriff here. That'd be kind of cool. Alright. Alright, so let's do this again. No, another Summoner's Court thing. Who's that? I don't remember this character.
Hello. Are you here for Summoner's Court?
That I am. Don't expect to be as lucky here as you were in Crossed Wands. Speaking of which, care to play a match?
Oh, I think I remember this character. Yeah, we faced her against Cross once.
Of course, Charlotte.
Then may the best summoner win.
Okay. Oh, this should be interesting.
Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Come on, stop.
Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio! Precisely as planned. Nice technique.
You like disappeared for a second.
Precisely as planned.
Okay.
Accio!
Oh.
Nice technique. Well, you are good.
Okay, we did really good.
I'm not too proud to admit when I've lost. Where did you learn to play like that?
Just practice.
I practice as much as I can.
Practice, eh? I suppose I could try that. Well, you've only one opponent left now. I won't say more than that, but let's just say he's the best for a reason.
Okay. Now then. Alrighty.
Now what am I supposed to do?
Pardon me, is everything all right?
No, it's not. We only had 2 bells to go, but she just had to go and spoil things.
I'm afraid I don't follow. Who spoiled things? Also, what bells?
Professor Black ordered Mr. Moon to take down the bells in the bell tower. Said they were giving him a headache. Those bells are a part of Hogwarts. I wasn't about to let that happen. So, I asked my friend Adelaide to help me put them back. We've always been a duo of sorts, Adelaide and Evangeline. Addie and Evie. Anyway, it was going swimmingly until Black started asking questions. Then she wasn't comfortable with our rule breaking. Now I'm stuck, unable to tell which bell goes where.
What's so important about the bells?
Is it really that important that the bells go back up?
Is it really that important? They're part of the school's history. Those bells likely told a young Merlin that he was running late to Charms, or called Ignatia Wildsmith to dinner. We can't simply fiddle with history. We're meant to be its stewards.
Did Professor Black really remove the bells for a headache?
It's certainly an odd decree, even for Black, taking down the bells for a headache.
I agree. I thought it might also have been that they interrupted his hourly naps. That's all he does in his office, you know. But then I heard... Can you keep a secret?
I can.
I heard from Alice, who heard from Ollie, who heard from Eugenia, that it's because the bells reminded him of his wedding day. Breaks out in a sweat every hour on the hour. But mum's the word.
Can't imagine. Why can't you put the bells up yourself?
If only 2 bells are left, Isn't it fairly easy to tell which goes where?
Easy for you, perhaps. I happen to be tone deaf. Mother likes to say I couldn't carry a tune if it hopped on my back like a chocolate frog. No point putting them back in if they don't sound just as they did before, for the sake of historical accuracy.
Okay. I might be able to help with the bells.
Perhaps I could help put the bells back up.
Really? Oh, that would be wonderful. The bells are in the bell tower just above the music room. You're certainly of more help than Adelaide.
I imagine the bells are just inside in the bell tower.
I almost bought an owl in
Hogwarts must have hundreds of owls.
Okay, we already got that one.
Ah, the bells must be upstairs. Aloha Mora. Ah, found them. I'll have to get those up there somehow. Wingardium Leviosa, perhaps. Revelio. Accio.
I think I kind of understand now.
Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. One up, one to go.
Nice. Now time to go back.
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Well, that wasn't too hard. Evangeline should be pleased about this, even if Black isn't. Hello, Hamura.
Let's see what's in here.
Confringo! Revelio.
I haven't done one of these for a while. Let's quickly see. Just take a quick look. Okay. So, 2. Two, 4. 6. 3, 1. So 4.
Revelio.
I think I already was in there. Okay.
he thinks he's getting away with this, he has another thing coming.
The bells are back up, Evangeline.
Oh, you're a credit to the school. I can't wait to hear them. I can't wait for the headmaster to hear them. I wish I could see his face. Future generations may not truly appreciate what you've done, but I do. And I hope that you do as well.
Okay.
I don't know how much this means for me and for Hogwarts.
Alright, let's check over here. Alright, let's go.
Cannot win, but maybe I can't wait to watch you try.
Alright, let's go further into the school. Oops, alright. Let's go over here. Talk to Natty. First, grab this key. Haven't seen one of those in a while.
Ah, I have been meaning to speak with you.
Alright, let's talk to her.
I still can't believe we escaped the Ashwinders.
You may not realize it, but you are the talk of the school since you saved me that day.
I wonder how everyone knows about it.
I told my mother in the hope that she would be more forgiving of what I have been up to if it came from me. She likely told other professors, and news travels quickly. Unfortunately, she might, in fact, have been even less forgiving than I'd hoped.
She should be proud of you.
If she knew more about what you've done, I suspect she'd be proud.
If she knew any more about what I've done, she would never let me out of her sight again.
I'm sorry. Has Officer Singer done anything with the evidence we provided?
She has not. Harlow is as strong as ever. Someone needs to stop him, whether it is us or Officer Singer. If someone had stopped the monsters like him in Matabeleland, my father would be alive today.
What exactly happened to your father?
It was a beautiful day. My mother had gone to tend to a neighbor who was ill, and so my father and I were galloping in the savannah.
Galloping? Your father was also an animagus, I take it?
He could become the most majestic giraffe, and he would carry me on his back, my arms around his neck. We were on our way home when we surprised a group of bandits who had come from our village. One of them saw me just as he removed a scarf from his face. He shouted and then aimed his rifle.
He didn't want you to identify him.
Exactly. In an instant, my father bowed his neck to protect me and was hit. As he fell, my father changed back into his human form. When the bandits saw this, they turned and ran in fear. Magic terrified them, and then he was gone. And it was all my fault.
Your fault? How so?
He died protecting me. If I had been capable of protecting myself, he would still be alive today. My mother and I tried to go on without him, but it became too much for us there. A few years later, we left to come to Scotland.
Are you looking to avenge his death?
Do you think taking down the Ashwinders will avenge your father's death?
No. Vengeance is not what drives me. My father would not want that. He and my mother raised me to believe that it is a privilege to be able to fight for those who cannot. I know there is risk involved, but I feel it is worth it. I am glad you seem to think so too.
How is your mother doing?
What does your mother think about all of this?
Well, as you saw, she worries a great deal. She is an excellent seer, but I think it bothers her to this day that she did not see my father's death coming. She misses him, as do I. So I believe on some level she understands my need to seek justice in a small way, but that does not mean that she likes it.
What would your father think of what you've been doing?
Do you think your father would approve of the things we've been doing?
Oh my, that is a good question. In theory, yes. Although he would worry as my mother does. But I think he, of all people, would understand my persistence. My father never shied away from a fight for good, no matter how ruthless the foe. And I think he would have enjoyed knowing that I had a compatriot like you.
Well, I'm sorry, Natty.
I'm sorry, Natty. I can't imagine what you've been through. Your father sounds exceptional.
He was. Truly extraordinary. And thank you for your kind words. We all have our burdens. My father had a saying about that.
Yes, I remember. Rain does not fall on one roof alone.
Exactly. Soon you and I will put an end to the Ashwinders, beginning with Harlow. And once he is gone, we will turn our attention to Rookwood. We are making progress, and we will succeed. Thank you again for saving me. You deserve all of the praise you have received.
Alright, what am I gonna do now? I guess... Let's go speak with Professor Fig.
Professor Fig, the Keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald seemed very concerned.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else. Lodgok knew Miriam.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the port key. He liked her so much that he let her leave with it, despite orders from Ranrock.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone. I want to hear more of this. And, in fact, I'd like to speak with Lodgok directly. But we've no time now. Where is the next trial?
Believe it or not, it's in the headmaster's office.
Incredible. All right. You'll need the password to get past the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's house elf will know it.
I've actually met Scrope, but I'm not sure he'll tell me. He's rather devoted to the Black family.
He is. So you'll need a disguise. I have just the thing. A polyjuice potion. You'll look and sound like Professor Black.
Wait, doesn't polyjuice potion require a bit of the person you want to change into? And take ages to brew?
It does.
So how do you already have polyjuice potion to change into Professor Black?
One never knows when such a thing may come in handy. Let's just say I felt the need to be prepared for anything after my fruitless trip to the ministry on his behalf. Now, time is of the essence. Drink up and I shall explain more.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be painful.
How do you feel?
Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon. How do I sound?
Convincing. I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your robes. As we discussed, you'll need the password from Scrope, who could be anywhere in the castle. You might look for Professor Kagawa. She's taken to badgering the poor elf about Quidditch in the hopes that he can convince Black to change his mind. Thus far, unsuccessfully.
I see. But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the ministry in Hogsmeade. That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
It's rather strange to hear gratitude coming from Professor Black. I'll see you there.
Okay.
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
By the way, if I haven't mentioned before, that's Simon Pegg. One of my favorite, British actors.
Professor, a moment of your time, please. Professor, I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp. Places to be.
Of course, sir. Only, you'd asked me about a particular potion, and I
did? I did, yes. Well, spit it out, Sharp. I don't have all day.
Probably best not to discuss it here, sir.
Oh, really?
Really? Why can't we talk about potions here? Seems fine to me.
Very well. I've brewed the cure for boils you wanted. I can drop it by your office when it's convenient.
Of course, yes. No need for all the cloak and dagger. Simply have a student deliver it.
A student. Very well, sir, if you insist.
I do. And thank you, Sharp. I just hope you've brewed enough for all my boils.
Now, to determine which student gets this rather unenviable...
You call that a shine on those boots? Do better. Chewing with your mouth open? Where are your manners?
Oh my gosh, my character's really
I heard the
hadn't
headmaster approaching.
Gareth! Mr. Weasley, what are you doing here? Don't you have, somewhere to be?
Oh, Professor, yes, of course. All sorts of places I'd rather be right now. Do you need something from me?
I'm looking for my house elf. Surely you've seen him?
Ah, the little one-eared fellow. I saw him heading to the Great Hall moments ago, muttering on about your, sterling graces, sir.
I am watching you, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Redding, who owns Honeydukes, tells me some of his billywig stings recently went missing. Prime potion ingredient. And I know you fancy yourself a skilled potioneer.
What? But, sir, I haven't been anywhere near Honeydukes.
Bah! That's enough from you. Just know that I have eyes and ears everywhere. On your way, Mr. Weasley.
Oh, from one of the earlier videos.
Well, there's one for my diary.
Okay. We gotta find Scrope. Alright, on we go. Okay. Alright, there we go.
Stand proud, purebloods. The future is yours.
Headmaster, here, what could you want?
Mr. Gaunt, where do you think you're going?
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm simply on my way outside.
Taking the day off, eh? Typical student, wasting the hours away.
I have to write 20 inches on Dittany and its uses, was heading to the greenhouse.
Ah, yes. Mixed with bubo tuber pus makes a fine mustache paste. Yes, mustache paste. I find.
Are you feeling all right, sir? You don't seem yourself.
I assure you I am quite healthy, Gaunt. If I need a medical diagnosis, I shall head to St. Mungo's.
Something is very wrong with Professor Black.
Professor, a word? Professor Black, again, it is not too late to reconsider your decision regarding Quidditch. We could still have trials and a somewhat shortened season. It would be better than none at all.
But the injury, Madam Kogawa.
Professor, more than one student has taken a bludger to the head on our pitch. I dare say it knocked some sense into them. And they're fine now. The fact that it happened to be a pureblood, well, that's no reason to...
What nonsense! That you would trivialize the health of a student over a silly game.
A silly game? You are quite impossible sometimes. Sir, I've a good mind to write to the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry about you.
Please do. That would be unwise.
I should think you'd have better things to do with your time. Now, where's my elf?
Good day, Professor. And I spotted Scrope in the Great Hall. Seems to be avoiding me.
I wonder why. Good day, Madam Kogawa.
Okay. Alright.
What did we do to deserve him as a headmaster?
Has anyone seen my ivory-handled hand mirror? Of course you haven't.
Oh my gosh. The pompous of this dude.
No, it's the headmaster and he's coming this way. Magical and mundane plants.
Miss Broom, a word.
Oh, Professor, this is an interesting surprise. It's Bloom, by the way.
Remind me of your area of affinity, Broom. OWLs are swift approaching.
Charms, sir. Non-verbal spells. Might work on one that makes me disappear.
Well, keep at it, Broom. And before you know it, you'll be as invisible as that new fifth year seems to be.
They're not invisible, sir. I've seen them near the library. In fact, they help me with my, heavy books.
Speaking of invisible, where's my blasted house elf?
Alright, we're getting closer.
Something seems a little off with the headmaster.
This is so funny.
If you must speak with me, consult my secretaries or what have you. Now move along.
Move along.
Professor, I need to speak to you. Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig.
Oh, very well.
I've decided to give him a bit more, leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure that's wise? I confess I do worry for his students. He's rarely here as it is.
And I didn't miss him.
I realize that, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I see. But, sir, if I may, I am wary of how much time the new fifth year seems to be spending away from the castle, supposedly on Professor Fig's behalf. I've heard unsettling rumors of their escapades. Everything from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to confronting Ranrock's loyalists and Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. You simply keep doing the wonderful job that you're doing. Simply wonderful.
Thank you. But I'm happy to look into...
Good. That'll be all, Weasley. I mean, Professor Weasley. Good day.
A wonderful job. Leeway for Professor Fig? I shall never understand that man.
That ought to give Professor Fig some breathing room.
Scrope's as hard a worker as any house elf.
Ahem! Attention, students! I hereby decree that the Great Hall be forthwith decorated in the stunning banners of Slytherin. I shall be taking no questions at this time. Or ever. Scrope!
Oh, greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone. Even Master himself.
You dare question me? Well, again, I gotta think like Snape. Or not Snape, Professor Black.
How dare you question me? I've a mind to give you a matching set of ears.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Scrope begs forgiveness. It is the Black family motto, Master.
Right. Of course.
Master does remember it.
It's purebloods forever, isn't it?
Close, Master. Scrope thinks Master is indeed testing Scrope. It is always pure.
Obviously.
And, of course, as Master knows, in French.
Yes, of course. I order you to pronounce it for me.
Oh, Master knows that Scrope's French is most pitiful. Oh, very well. Toujours pure.
There is another matter, Scrope. I confiscated this filthy diary from a student. It smells of squid and seawater.
Oh, Apollonia's diary. That is quite a surprise, Master. What do you wish Scrope to do with this treasure? Rubbish.
Whatever you wish, Scrope. It's your treasure. Now, off with you. The polyjuice potion's wearing off. I best get out of sight.
No shit.
Made it just in time. It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked. Now to speak the password to the gargoyle.
Okay. Yeah, that was a fun moment.
Confringo!
Okay, we're clear for now.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was.
Almost there.
Revelio. Alohomora.
Alright, let's just keep going forward.
The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password.
Alright, here we go.
Toujours pure. Revelio.
Wait. That's one of the butterfly things. Oh shit.
I wonder if all the elite wizarding families have a motto. Revelio.
Okay. Sleeping portraits. Not all headmasters and headmistresses enjoy reliving the day-to-day challenges of running a school of witchcraft and wizardry. Some prefer to enjoy a well-earned nap when possible.
Revelio. Alohomora. Revelio.
Okay, the Sorting Hat. This enchanted hat was created by the four founders of Hogwarts as the means by which students would be placed into one of the four schoolhouses. Skilled at legitimacy, the Sorting Hat can see into the wearer's head, allowing it to determine their thoughts and abilities.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Fig's quick thinking. Now what?
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book that appears.
Okay. What will I find in the book?
What can I expect to find in the book?
A story. I cannot say more. You may recognize some elements of it, as I was inspired by a tale with which many wizarding children are familiar.
Okay, very well.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time? That must be the pedestal.
Yeah, I wonder if there's anything under here. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Oh, we're gonna be pulled into it. Yeah.
Where am I? Professor Fitzgerald? Can you hear me?
I am here. In this place, you may call me Neve. You shall be witness to a fable. Pay attention. Things are not always as they seem. You must move swiftly and cautiously. Use the tools you encounter to find me. The first you will need is a cloak. In this place, as in life, death takes many forms. Avoid each of them at all costs.
Oh crap, that's good.
When I could, I'd be free by now.
This is my chance. I'm coming, Neve. I need to time this just right. I see. A staircase straight ahead. Ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there.
Okay.
They're gone. For now. I need to get out of here. Where could Neve be? Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can. That's where I need to go, but I need to find a way past them.
Okay, gotta keep moving.
Nothing this way, but more danger. There must be another way to find you. I need to turn back. There's no getting past them that way. That doorway looks like the only safe way forward. Closed tight. No way but forward, I suppose. Now's my chance. That's the way forward. I think I'm invisible.
Can't need to go this way.
They can't see me at all. I can get closer to them. This is the way forward. Finally free. Now where are you, Neve?
Is this about the Deathly Hollows?
You have outrun death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide. Wield the wand you see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
Are you kidding me? Oh, heck yes.
I've never felt such power.
Defender! Bombarder! Bombarder! Defender! Protego! Bombarder! Defender! Depulsor! Descender! Depulso. Descendo.
stone. This must be for me.
Huh, they changed the design of the stone.
You are far from finished. Pass through the mourners ahead. Nothing.
I can't believe she's dead.
Dear sweet Neve.
Let us always honor her. We won't be the same without her.
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self.
Okay.
But there is no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should. Remember that as you witness my memory.
Okay. This was actually kind of a cool, like, level.
Isadora, what you did for your father was remarkable.
Wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin Silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong hands,
You saw what I did for my father. Oh, Neve, imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain.
What are you doing?
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
That's troubling. Oh, where are we at? Huh.
Is it true? Has someone completed the first 3 trials?
It is, and I have.
But you are so...
Young? I know. You must be Professor Bakar.
I am.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed, was Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
It's disturbing.
I found it disturbing. But how did she gain power from it? How did she harness it?
It was disturbing. Although, I wonder that you are asking about her power. I hesitate to reveal the location of my pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact, what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against wizardkind. We have no time to waste.
I see. Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall gain after you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
It seems we have no choice but to wait, frustrating as it is. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling emotions to gain power?
She was. And she pulled emotions, as she did from her father, from Professor Fitzgerald, without permission.
Monstrous.
What's more, she said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories?
Possibly. There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragball.
5 names? The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely. That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
That's funny. Let's check out the room of requirement for now.
I shouldn't have reacted so bitterly about your goblin friend. I apologize. I hope we can finish what we started with the triptych. Please meet me at the southern coast. We can search for the final canvas piece.
Well, that one didn't say anything.
Deke has some exciting news to share.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Deke? Hello, Deke. Professor Weasley said you had an idea.
Hello, Deke. Professor Weasley said you had an idea.
Indeed, Deke does. Deke knows that you want to learn about all sorts of beasts, and Deke recently heard rumors of a phoenix nest in a nearby mountain.
A phoenix nest? I wonder if it belongs to the phoenix gnat he mentioned, the one Harlow and the poacher pack are after.
Deke would not doubt it. If Deke has heard of it, surely the nasty poachers have as well, which means it could be in danger.
I better go and rescue it.
Well, I'd better go and rescue it then, hadn't I?
Deke thinks so. So majestic a beast should not fall into such vile hands. Deke is not sure why, but Deke feels that saving a phoenix might help to make amends for what happened with Deke's prior master. Deke hopes that you are able to find the phoenix and bring it to the room where it will be safe.
Yeah, we'll worry about that mission after this. best place I can fast travel. That's not good.
Careful now. You've made a mistake. I would say that Irondale is not appropriately named.
Here, let's oh wait, and for now. Okay. Yeah, let's do this.
A blockade. Rookwood's poachers are already here.
These can turn to rocks, do you? What? No. Oh, should have stayed at the castle.
Confringo! Rookwood's done. And that woman, isn't it? Fixated on nurse, then Incendio!
I shall get that.
Places! Incendio! Defendo!
Enjoy stealing hippogriffs, do you?
You're the one who
there you are! Confringo! Protego! You put quite a few of my friends in the ground, and I shan't for Confringo! No!
Arresto Momentacchio! Confringo like this. Your poaching days are over.
Supposed to keep a feet. We're keeping people out. Pay attention.
More poachers. How many are there? Cruci.
Let's play.
Arresto Momentacchio! Confringo! Protego! Obstinate! Glacius! Depulso! Defender! Imperial!
They want to buy it!
Flipendo! Bombarda!
You can't keep me down for long.
Cruci!
Back for more!
Arresto Momentacchio! Confringo! phoenix. It almost seems as if it wants me to follow it. I need to find it before the poachers do. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. We had plans for that hypocrite. There it is again.
That relic is the key to save Aden. I know it. Meet me outside of Feldkrot as soon as you can.
Confringo. Revelio.
Come on.
Confringo. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucio. Protego. There's a victory that came none too soon. Ugh. Stupefy. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo.
Swear, it isn't a little hypocrite.
Close. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. I hope you have Repulsion. Verpendo. Bombard. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Cruising. Don't go that easy. That was for Highwing. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. To help. I can take you somewhere safe. Let's get you back to the room. Deke's going to be pleased. This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Glacius! Depulso! Defender! Imperial! Arresto Momentum! Accio! Confringo! Crucio! Flipendo! Bombarda! Glacius! Depulso! Defender! Arresto Momentum! Accio! Confringo! Crucio! Glacius! Depulso! Defender! Imperial! Flipendo! Bombarda! Ugh. Shame you're so foul. Revelio. Confringo.
Alright, let's check out... Room of Requirement. That's the map chamber. Wrong secret area.
Did you find the Phoenix?
Yes, Deke. And I rescued it from the poachers. I have it here. It's safe.
Remarkable! Well, what are you waiting for? Deke cannot wait to... My heavens! What a beauty! You keep it close. Professor Weasley and Deke were right to tell you about the Room of Requirement. Look at all you've done, and how many beasts you've rescued. A phoenix is safe now, because of you.
I couldn't have done it without your help, Deke. Thank you.
Deke is grateful for the kind words, and also grateful to have been of assistance to someone like yourself. Helping you do such good for so many beasts has given Deke a sense of peace Deke hasn't known in years. Deke will always be here for you when you need him.
I want to check on my phoenix. I'm gonna quickly make this quaint little place for Mission. Might as well check out my other beasts too.
Nothing to identify, for now at least.
Okay. Everything seems good. Alright. There we go. And I gotta say, if the poachers weren't pissed with me before, oh, they're gonna be more pissed now. Okay. Now then. Now they've done that. I head to Hogsmeade. Okay.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
It is wonderful to see you back here. Oh, perhaps today you have something you'd like Penny to sell for you?
Oh, I have plenty, Penny.
wishes you safe and wondrous travels.
Thank you. Alright, I should probably check out some of the gear that I have. Oh, I did get a new wand handle. Yeah, looks cool. But I'm gonna stick with the arrow black. Alright, wait, no. Inventory. I just realized, do I have any... Besides my hippogriff, or besides my, my thestral, I think I have anything else in the, my bag. We got a few things for conjuration. Now, beasts. I think I almost got every single one. No, I don't got this one yet, unfortunately. I haven't been able to pick that one up yet. But I have a Duracall. I have a Flooper. I have a Purple Toad. I have Hippogriffs. I do have Nifflers. Then I have the Moon Calves. I still need to get the Sneasel. I need to get the... I do have the Jabbernull. I now have a Phoenix. Puffskein, and the Thestral. So there are two other beasts that I do not have. So... Shadow of Hope. We're going to worry about that later. Right now... While we're here... Set that up. Okay. Okay.
Is everything all right?
Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you for asking. I'm Betty. Betty Bugbrook. And no, everything is not all right. It's my dear friend Hazel. She's in trouble.
Hazel?
Yes. Oh, she's a unicorn. Known her for years. She doesn't like to leave the forest, so I visit her once a week to brush out her mane and bring her some treats. Her coat is glorious. Well, the last time I saw her, we were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel, loyal friend that she is, leapt in front to protect me, and in the process, I fear she may have been injured.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to help her, but she seems to have gone into hiding. Out of fear, I'd imagine. I know you Hogwarts students learn a fair bit about caring for beasts. Perhaps you could find my unicorn friend and get her somewhere safe so that she can heal.
How did you become friends with her?
How did you become so close with the unicorn?
It was luck, truly. I came across her when she was a little golden foal. Didn't even have a horn yet. Oh, she trusted me straight away. We'd play together for hours. Oh, I do hope she'll be all right. Unicorn hair is a valuable wand core, and I suppose losing a hair or two mightn't hurt her. But I'm terrified those poachers will want her for her blood to keep themselves alive. And that is more than I can bear to think of.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll keep an eye out for your unicorn friend and take her to safety if I see her.
Oh, you've a good soul. I can always tell. Please, don't risk your own safety, though. I don't know precisely where she is, but I can tell you that her den is north of Hogsmeade. And although I haven't been able to brush her lately, I imagine she still has the brightest, most beautiful coat of her entire herd. Remember,
Okay.
You'll know her by her brilliant coat. Oh, and be warned, she's a stubborn girl. She may need some convincing to come with you.
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble. Hogsmeade, here I come.
Alright, let's get in there. Oops.
I know what that means. Merlin trial.
It's been ages since I've found anything worth poaching near Cragcroft.
Ooh, I might be able to catch another one. Hold on.
Hazel must be here somewhere. I'll look after you. Revelio. Come on, Hazel.
perhaps best not to get too carried away when a fair lady... There'll always be another.
Revelio.
There we go.
I can take Hazel back to a vivarium now. I should let Madame Bugbrook know she's safe.
Okay. Just out of curiosity. Okay. Both female.
Revelio. Revelio.
Maybe I should wait. I'll come back to that in a second.
Madame Bugbrook, I found your unicorn friend Hazel.
Oh, what a relief! Is she all right? Are you all right? Do you have a safe place for her to stay?
We're fine, and yes, I do.
We're both fine. And I have a safe place for her at Hogwarts.
You've a kind heart, you do. I'm relieved and thankful that you'll take care of her. I shall miss my sweet pointy pony, but I know she's safer away from the poachers. Do give her a nice brushing for me, won't you? Take good care of Hazel now.
That was really weird. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but freaking one of my TVs start going off. Okay. Let's go to Hogwarts real quick. Take these two back. Oops. That was not what I wanted.
I'm not going to hurt you. Settle yourself. I mean you no harm.
Okay. All right. Let's go to world map and try once again with that. Okay. I'm gonna try to capture another one. Hopefully this time I can find a male.
Oh, nice to see you, my young friend.
Oh, wow.
A castle. Must have been quite stately in its time.
That was weird.
An astronomy table. Should prove useful once the sun's down.
Oh, I see a new one.
Everything's all right now. Revelio. Revelio.
I might have to come back to this. Alright, let's look at my quests.
Aloha Mora. Aloha Mora. Revelio. Aloha Mora. Revelio. Revelio.
I think I just got that one.
Sebastian, a lost relic from a catacomb which requires a dark sacrifice.
I know how it sounds, but if this can help you, it's worth the risk.
Does Ominous know about this?
He helped find the scriptorium where we discovered Slytherin's spellbook.
Very well. If Ominous will be there, I'll meet you. We don't have much time. Solomon wants to leave Beldcroft.
What? Leave? Never mind. You need to stall him. Buy us time, Anne. Please.
I shall do my best. I'll be in touch.
Solomon can't take Anne from Feldcroft. Where would they go? When would I see her?
Sebastian.
I can't believe my uncle wants to leave Feldcroft. Anne's going to stall him. She must. We need time.
Time? For what?
I've learned more about the relic. I cross-referenced Slytherin's spellbook with everything in the library on relics and dark sacrifices. That's when I realized something. I believe the relic will only work inside the catacomb.
This is more complicated than we thought.
So we have to get Anne to the catacomb and then conduct a sacrifice. Seems risky.
It'll be worth the risk. Our biggest hurdle may be convincing Ominous. And we'll only give this a chance if he's on board.
And we have to keep all of this from your uncle. If he goes to the headmaster, we could be expelled.
Let me handle Ominous this time. As for my uncle, he's not an Auror anymore. What he doesn't know, well, won't hurt us.
Might your uncle report us to the ministry?
Do you think your uncle would tell anyone at the ministry about all of this if he found out?
If he found out, I doubt he'd go to the ministry. He didn't part ways with them well, from what I understand. He won't say, but I believe his strong aversion to dark magic has something to do with his time there. Anne thinks he once decided to fight fire with fire, so to speak, and resorted to using an unforgivable curse in fight against dark wizards. At least that's what she thought she heard. When he realized what his job had led him to become, he left rather abruptly. So, I'm not sure he'd go to the ministry to report on his own family using dark magic now.
Okay.
Good luck with Ominous. Until we meet again.
I shall let you know when the four of us should meet at the catacomb. Look for my owl. See you soon.
So we got the next mission, which is over there. And I think I could probably just fast travel here. There's a Niffler den. Alright, I'm gonna use this as a fast travel point.
This place has seen better days. Revelio.
Oi! Pass that fire whiskey over here.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
I received your owl. Thank you.
I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of them say they're headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time, it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you, or you don't care enough about Anne to ask the difficult questions.
Dude.
Of course I care, Sebastian. We've come this far. Don't let your frustration get the better of you.
Fine. I'll defer to your keeper friends, for now. But I don't like it.
We don't have a choice. Now, shall we see why the triptych led us here?
Let's go, quickly, before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew moving off the path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Raiding, I imagine. This mountain used to safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned ever since Ranrock took hold of the coast.
Arresto momentum. Accio. Arresto momentum. Glacis. Capolso. Imperial. Yourselves. Flipendo. Bombarda.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
Bombarda.
Alright, let's keep moving.
Thestrals overhead. Some consider them a bad omen.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
I'm making small talk. I'm not going to trek up this mountain in silence.
Alright, we should be almost there.
Bombarda!
We'll check that out later.
Kill any who trespass.
There they are. Let's go.
Wait! We should have some sort of plan.
I'm through planning.
Over here.
Arrest their momentum. Imperium. Glaciers. Depulsor.
Let's get this.
Bombarda.
I won't rest. One less human to worry about.
Easily diverted. You can't stop us. Arrest their momentum. Accio.
Give up. I will make this.
Imperium. Glaciers. Depulsor. Defender. Arrest their momentum. Accio. Glaciers. Depulsor. Defender. Bombarda.
That's better.
Revelio.
They got what they deserved.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about dead goblins.
You could have got us killed.
But I didn't.
He's getting really angry.
Looks like Ranrock's loyalists were heading further up the path.
Let's keep going. Bombarda. Confringo.
Ramrock's gonna make everyone pay.
Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Ridiculous notions of ownership.
One less human to worry about.
Arrest their momentum. Accio. Glaciers. Depulsor. Defender. Bombarda. Think.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
I agree. Only good wizards are dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right. And I'll be most keen to sausage you with goblins in the back.
Arrest their momentum.
Ranrock will
Glaciers. Depulsor. Imperium. This must be it. Sebastian, wait.
Wait? For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh, your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust me, or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych.
Agreed.
All right.
So far, so good.
Charming. Spiders. How fitting.
Arrest them unless Accio. Confringo.
Yeah, this is not satisfactory.
Glacis. Debolsa. Defender. Leviosa. Defender. Bombarda.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Bombarda.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Revelio. Bombarda! Confringo! One nudge and that chest might have fallen.
Oh, I think 3 nudges at least.
Okay, let's keep moving.
These spiders are determined to make a meal of us.
I'm sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
Arresto Accio. Confringo. Crucio. Glaciers. Depulso. Defender. Imperial. Defender. Bombarda.
Annoying little beasts, aren't they?
Oh, here we go.
Staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
Arresto momentum. Confringo!
Look at this place. Not really my style. A bit much, if you ask me.
Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo.
Crucio.
Glacius. Devolso. Defender. Imperial. Defender. Bombarda. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Glacius. Depulso. Defender. Confringo. Imperial. Bombarda. Defender. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Glacius. Depulso. Defender. Defender! Defender! Bombarda!
Crucio!
Glacius! Devolso! Defender! Imperial! Arresto momentum. Accio! Confringo!
Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes.
We've seen rune symbols like these before.
Confringo!
Can't get out of here quick enough.
We're not done yet. Oh, the control. Okay.
Control! Arresto momentum. Accio! Confringo!
Crucio. That's about what my attention.
Glacius! Depulso! Defender! Flipendo! Bombarda! Protego! Arresto momentum. Accio! Confringo! Glacius! Depulso! Defender! Imperial! Bombarda! Flipendo! Bombarda! Arresto momentum. Accio! Confringo! Crucio! Arresto momentum. Confringo! Protego! Glacius, Repulsor, Defender, Imperial. Triple Bender.
Nice teamwork. Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together.
Reparo.
That was a piece of work.
More than one.
Lumos. Reparo.
Wait.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Did you find something?
A journal entry. Isadora was here.
I'm out of breath after all of those stairs, but the view, well worth it.
Another barrier. We can blast through it, I'm certain. This can't be a dead end. Must be another floor above us.
Revelio.
Good news?
This journal entry sounds worrisome.
Confringo!
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
This place can't have belonged to only Isadora.
But the triptych pointed us here. Feel as if I should be fluent in runic language by now.
Confringo!
Could this be another area Isadora created?
Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic here. I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
The final canvas piece to the triptych. We've done it!
Isadora should not have had to keep all this secret.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic. But I don't understand why she seems to have gone to such great lengths to tell her story without their knowledge.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
So do I.
Perhaps completing the triptych will shed more light on all of this.
Okay.
I cannot believe the journey this triptych took us on.
This is it.
Don't keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
Huh. Another pensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
I wonder...
What is it?
Let's find out.
I cannot bring my brother back, Father. But I can give you peace. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
Thank you.
That worked?
It did indeed.
Of course it did. It's goblin silver.
I need something much bigger.
All right. It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Left over from a spell I devised to remove pain, but if used correctly, its power can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like this unnerves some.
Not everyone's ready to wield such power.
Perhaps not. But someone will be.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
What do you mean? You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait. I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Feldcroft, the destroyed painting, it was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Yes, Yes, you're right.
We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn. The Keepers can teach you.
I'm not sure that they would. The Keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, it's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care, if at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges. You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability. Please, talk to the Keepers. If not for me, then for Anne.
Holy crap.
Why did the Keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait? Revelio.
I found one of Ranrock's drills in a mine along the shore. I intend to destroy it. I'm tired of trying to reason with him. You're welcome to join me, but if I don't see you there, I will reach out when I return. I have something to give you.
Lodgok's getting himself into more danger than he realizes. I'd better find him.
Okay. Collect these again. Okay. And now...
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
It is wonderful to see you back here.
Hey, Penny.
Perhaps today you have something you'd like Penny to sell for you?
Yep.
Penny wishes you safe and wondrous travels. All right.
That's not what I wanted. Oh, for a second, I thought that was a statue. Because I had seen it a couple times.
Wonder if Ranrock and his crew are in there. No sign of Lodgok out here. He must be inside already.
Okay, let's go. Let's try to find him. He could be in danger.
Look at the size of this man.
Something seems wrong.
This place is teeming with Ranrock's loyalists. I have to keep my wits about me.
Bring me a dozen humans to battle. I'll take them all. Run the other way when they see me, humans do. Every time. Well, you will regret coming here.
Arrest them. Confringo! Accio! Glaciers! Depulso! This cart ought to get me deeper into the mine. Just like Gringotts, but I'm in the driver's seat this time.
Something seems wrong.
How deep will this take me?
Ranrock's gonna be pleased with our progress.
Who was on that car?
Let me try your hand with this part, will ya?
That has to be the end up ahead.
Would you please meet with me in the Great Hall? I have come upon a difficult time, and I need a friend.
Are you familiar with the hamlet of Irondale? It's south of the castle. I think the cave that Doran wanted us to find is near there.
Confringo! I wonder where these pipes go.
Alright, let's keep moving.
Arresto momentum. How nice. Accio. Confringo. Crucible. Glacius. Capulso. Defender. Imperial.
Cover up wires coming back this way. Let's get it.
Glacius. Defender. Crucible.
There you are.
Protego.
Why can't I hit you?
Arresto momentum. Accio. Accio.
Go and patrol. I ain't got nothing better to do.
Confringo. Arresto momentum. Accio. Crucible.
How nice of you to stop by.
Defender. Imperial.
One less human to worry about.
Protego. Defender.
Don't have time for this. No! I will make you.
How dare you use that spell on me?
Arresto momentum. Accio. Crucible. Glacius. Depulso. Imperial. Protego.
Rather up wise.
How do you survive our encampment in the Cursed Mountain? You seem fond of... You're the one who released Oaks.
Crucible. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Protego. Stupefy. Defender. Bombarda. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucible. Glacius. Depulso. Defender. Imperial. Defender. Bombarda. Crucible. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Glacius. Depulso. Defender. Protego. One less foul hulking brute. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio.
Alright, let's go up here.
Centuries of injustice.
Hello?
Lumos.
Someone's here.
Arrest them. Accio. Places.
Dead. Someone's been taken out last thing. Let's get it.
Pity. Arrest them. Accio. Confringo.
I can no matter how you shape me. I don't think you know who you're dealing with.
That student defeated our encampment in the town. That's the student who stopped
Arrest them. Places. Depulso. Findo. Where does this one lead? The beaten path, I suspect.
I work
Accio.
There we go.
Too late for you to learn the error of your ways. Incendio should be enough to light these flames. I hope I can get to Ranrock before Lodgok does.
Another drill is complete. The wizarding world will crumble.
I can end this right now. I have to destroy the drill and stop Ranrock's loyalists. Arrest them, momentum.
One less user to worry about.
Places. Depulso. Defender. Imperius. You beautiful me.
I won't rest. Dead. Rather unwise coming back this way. Let's get this.
I should have been.
Depulso. Defender. Stupid one. Places. Depulso. Imperial. At your service. Flipendo. Bombarda.
Cruise where you will fail.
Potato. Stupid one.
Unforgivable.
Accio. Bombarda. I have to find a way to stop that drill.
There we go.
That is unfortunate. No matter, we will build another.
I found this one lurking outside.
Lord Gok, come to make amends, little brother.
I came to stop this.
What is this you've brought me? It cannot be. All this time, you knew. You knew where it was. No.
Are you alright?
I'll never understand you, Lord Gok. So gullible. That witch did not consider you an equal. She, like all wizard kind, sought only to use you.
You're wrong, Ranrock.
The young ones are especially deceitful. They are taught to hide their disgust for us, as they exploit us.
Astonishing that our ancestors ever trusted each other.
All this time, looking everywhere for the final repository, searching in vain for Bragpor's last journal. Wasted my time, chasing a child. And my little brother knew where it was all along. But now, I don't need you. I don't need any of you.
I was bringing it to you.
You are a traitor to our kind!
Oh no!
Avada-kedavra!
Oh, not long, dog. Come on, man. Let me guess, it's under Hogwarts, isn't it?
Poor Lord Gok. Dead by his brother's hand. No wonder he tried so hard to reason with him. Now to get out of this blasted place. I'll send word to Fig to meet me in the map chamber. He and the Keepers need to know Ranrock has that journal and knows where the final repository is.
Wouldn't mind a plum job of gringo.
Alright, before we go to the map chamber. Challenges. Combat. Alright. Let's talk to Natty.
Resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Need I remind you that you are studying at Hogwarts and not the Three Broomsticks? You'll never become an aura at this rate. So get your head out of your butterbeer and into a blasted wizarding book, for Merlin's sake.
Some days are more difficult than others.
What happened?
Natty, is everything all right?
There are times when my father's absence drifts to the back of my mind, and I feel peace for a day or two. But this is not one of those times. I miss him. I miss running with him. I miss Matibeleland. He should still be here. And it's my fault that he isn't.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Natty. I wish there was something I could do to help.
You have done plenty. In fact, many of my good days are good because of you. The bad days, however, I believe I would feel less helpless if I could truly put an end to Harlow and the rest of Rookwood's miserable lot. Each day they remain free, they do more damage, leaving people like Archie Bickle to suffer the consequences.
I agree, Natty. We'll get them. I've never seen someone so committed to a cause.
Thank you. I believe we will get them, beginning with Harlow. Thank you for speaking with me. It was very helpful.
Okay. Now... This is probably, yeah, I think that's the next Summoner's Court. Oh, it's the professor. Oh, that's funny.
You're my Summoner's Court opponent, Professor Ronan.
Indeed I am. Professors are allowed to have fun once in a while too, you know.
I suppose so.
Of course. I look forward to playing against you.
And I you. I've been playing this for eons, so you haven't a chance of winning. How about we get started anyway?
Very well.
I'm ready.
No time like the present. Accio!
Ah, crap.
And there you have it. Yet another opportunity to learn and improve. Accio! I do not recall teaching you how to play like that. Accio! We all make mistakes.
Oh, man.
And there you have it. Yet another opportunity to learn and improve. Not to worry, you're still finding your stride.
I'm gonna try this again.
Not to worry. I haven't been beaten by a student yet. Care to go another round?
Yes.
I would. I'd like a chance to improve my record.
Excellent. Accio! I do not recall teaching you how to play like that. Accio! That's no way to treat a professor. Accio! We all make mistakes.
Accio!
And there you have it. Yet another opportunity to learn and improve. Delightful to see such mastery from one your age.
There we go.
Well done. You've beaten me at my own game.
You taught me well.
I had a good teacher.
A flatterer, I see. Although I dare say it's not unwarranted. I shall accept the compliment humbly. As the new Summoner's Court champion, you have earned a token of recognition. Do not let it go to your head.
No, I won't.
I didn't think anyone could beat Professor Ronan.
Okay, so now...
Owls fascinate me. They have a lot.
In today's lesson, we will cover a truly thrilling event. The Goblin Rebellion of 1752 and all its triumph and tragedy. But more specifically, we will address the devastating effect it had on the wizard milling industry. Throughout the many goblin battles, countless wizard cloaks were lost. Actually, we do know the number. 632. But history occurs outside the classroom. And look, it's time for my constitutional. One can practically osmose the history flowing through Hogwarts.
I think the professor wants us to follow him.
And now for a stroll to the bell tower entrance hall. Along with the rest of the castle, it was completed in the late early Middle Ages. The hall and the bell towers that loom above it contain myriad interesting artifacts.
Okay.
Good to see you again. Recovered from that nasty bout of dragon pox, have we?
That wasn't me, Professor. I'm new here.
Are you? Well then, welcome. No doubt you're eagerly anticipating my analysis of various wizarding councils, codes, statutes, and of course, goblin rebellions. Not all goblins are rebellious. Some venture into wizarding politics, such as Irgit the Ugly. Some are talented artisans, such as Bragbor the Boastful.
Bragbor, I know that name.
Did you say Bragbor? I know that name. Lord Gok said he was an ancestor of Ranrock.
Well known for his metalwork. I would imagine much of his goblin wrought iron and silver has survived to this very day. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Back to our class topic for today. Grimbold Weft. Another notable historical figure. He's right nearby. Curious students can find him on display here in the bell tower entrance hall. I recommend that all students introduce themselves to this hero of Hogwarts.
This unassuming smudge is rumored to be the location of the very first successful use of Bombarda. I suppose...
Revelio!
Out his quick hand and deft needlework.
Let's see. What I wouldn't give to be back on a broom right now.
Revelio!
Oh yes, I see you found Grimbold Weft.
Yes, I enjoyed the search.
Yes, I rather enjoyed seeking him out.
The thrill of the scholarly pursuit. I know the feeling quite well. Now, let's turn our attention to the agreeability and general good nature of Sir Ashbuttle. He's also nearby. See what you can learn from him for your next assignment. Standing in eternal but symbolic watch over the bell tower is a retinue of loyal knights.
Sir Skaggletop the Heedless once challenged a mountain troll to a game of these bits of broom are all that's left of a
the
witch
statue of Sir Ashbuttle of the cheerful countenance nestled among the ranks.
experimental lunar apparition charm. She was never...
His fame was not won by vanquishing foes in single
will never
combat,
know.
nor by slaying bloodthirsty dragons, rather in training yards and sculleries. where his warm and approachable demeanor was celebrated by old friends and newcomers
Sir
alike.
This is a centuries-old likeness of Panda.
Revelio.
Fearless mouse hunter and devoted study companion. People have always loved them.
There's nothing quite so magical as history. Dusty, immutable history.
Revelio.
In all the centuries that Hogwarts has existed, not once has it collapsed.
Okay, what is
Hogwarts
this?
is impervious to the inexorable march of time. Perhaps that is what...
Professor Binns, I found the statue of Sir Affpuddle.
Ah, well done. Alas, Sir Affpuddle's affability was his undoing. Died instantly trying to befriend a basilisk. Eye contact is not always to be encouraged. So beloved was he that even some goblins mourned his passing. Of course, that did not bode well with the rest of the goblins, most of whom could not abide mourning the loss of a wizard.
It's a shame.
Pity goblins and wizards can't get along.
True. But imagine how dull my lectures would be without goblin rebellions to discuss. History does tend to repeat. It is a series of patterns, a thought both comforting and disconcerting. The wise students, such as yourself, will learn from it. History is written by those who do their schoolwork, so they say. Or at least, I like to say that.
Well done, beating Ronan. You certainly know your way around the summoning charm.
How can we do so much and accomplish so little?
Alright, let's see. Okay.
Oh, the Ministry will hear about this. The fiends will rot in Azkaban.
Sir, are you all right? You seem to be in some distress.
All right? Do I look all right? I've been kidnapped.
How can you be kidnapped when you're right here?
What sort of question is that? Of course I'm right here. I've more than one frame. Do you only have one home? It's my other frame. It's been stolen. And by students, no less. They paid filthy thieves to steal my other frame.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh dear. That sounds awful.
Well, awful is exactly what Astoria Cricket is. She's behind all of this. She and her friends were moaning about me of all the nerve. Then I heard her plot to enlist a gang of good-for-nothings to have me stolen from the 3 broomsticks. That's why my other frame hung. A hovel of a place. Though I suppose one could do worse. I once knew a portrait who ended up in the Hog's Head. No one's heard from him since.
Right. So back to your frame.
Ah, yes. There I was, powdering my wig, and the next thing I knew, I was being manhandled by rogues and carried off. As if I can afford not to be at my post. I do important work for the headmaster, and I need my other frame back at the 3 broomsticks.
Who's Astoria Cricket, and why would she take your frame?
Just who is Astoria Cricket, and what would she want with your frame?
She's a 4th-year troublemaker, that's who. She and her band of hoodlums discuss all sorts of misdeeds right under my nose, and then resent me for overhearing them. I can only assume they took my frame in some misguided attempt to punish me for doing my job.
What do you do for the headmaster?
What do you mean you do important work for the headmaster?
Let's just say I overhear quite a bit in Serona's fine establishment, and the headmaster likes to know all about it. He's come to count on me in this regard. Reminds me of my prefect days.
Alright. Can you see everything from your other frame?
I don't suppose you have any idea where your stolen frame was taken. Can you see anything from it?
I most certainly can. They brought me to a ruin of all places. Some crumbling atrocity surrounded by water from the sound of it. Oh, I do also recall seeing the coast on the way.
Alright. I'll see what I can find.
I could look into the matter for you.
Oh, would you? How marvelous. Do it quickly, though, won't you? The place they took me to is quite beneath me. Off you go, then.
All right.
I'm sure you had your reasons, but break in as well for Lawley.
Astoria Cricket?
That depends. Am I in trouble?
Ferdinand Pratt thinks you should be. Says you stole his frame.
I wouldn't call it stolen. Relocated's more like it. How do I put this nicely? Ferdinand Pratt is a postulant boil, and he's lucky I didn't have him sealed in a wall.
I can't agree. He's awful.
He truly is rather foul, isn't he?
All he does is spy on students in here and report back to the headmaster. Sometimes, if there's nothing to report, he'll make it up. I spent 4 hours in detention last week, all because he told Black that I was planning to drain the lake, whatever that means. It was the last straw. He and his frame had to go.
May I ask where you put him?
Well, I didn't put him anywhere. The frame is likely with the fine gents I paid to snatch it. They camp in a ruin by the coast. I just wanted it far enough away that I'd never have to think about Ferdinand Pratt ever again.
You do know he's screaming in the library as we speak.
Oh, for the love of Merlin. If you ask me, he's got nothing to scream about. I could have had him put in the Hog's Head. The pampered Pratt would have hated it. Grimy walls, smell of goats. And the patrons, they eat snooty princes like Ferdinand for dinner. But what's done is done. He isn't here anymore, and if I were you, I should enjoy it. Lovely chatting with you.
Oh, cool. That works out. Because it's right there.
I'll check your pockets after you're dead. Stop right there.
If the headmaster needs further, he's going to part with some gold.
Imperial. Glacius. Defender.
We've made our
Arresto Momentum Accio. Crucial. Flipendo. Bombarda. Protego. Arresto Momentum Accio. Confringo. Crucial.
You're the one who released Potato, aren't you? You're the one. You will pay for your deed.
Stupefy. This looks intriguing. What do you have in store for me this time? Accio. Confringo. Flipendo.
All right.
Lumos. Aloha Mora.
Well, it's about time. It's a wonder there's anything left of me.
Calm down, I'm here now.
Calm down. Those buffoons outside have been talking about burning me.
I'm about to burn you.
If they weren't all sharing half a brain, they'd realize I'm worth more to them intact and at the 3 broomsticks.
How is that?
With everything I overhear, I'm a veritable trove of information. Now, don't just stand there. I need to be back by cocktail hour. The place will be like a funeral without me.
What if I don't want to return you to the 3 broomsticks?
What on earth do you mean?
I could burn you. I'm gonna be mean with this. This guy kind of deserves it.
What if I took you to the Hog's Head instead? I've heard such nice things.
What a funny little joke. Now, the 3 broomsticks, please. Oh, they're bound to be missing me terribly. Be sure to carry me carefully, won't you? My pantaloons are already creased. Where have you put me? It's pitch black in here. I shan't stand for this.
I should investigate.
But anyways.
Lumos.
Oh, here's the next set.
Lumos. 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 Not so tricky after all, Merlin.
There we go. Just haven't done those in a while. Alright, now. Alright, let's head to the Hog's Head.
What are you, a troll? All your heavy stamping about is going to damage my frame.
What do we have here? A demiguise.
What is the meaning of this? This isn't the 3 broomsticks.
No, it's not. It's the Hog's Head.
Did you fall into a cauldron of stupid potion? You've brought me to the wrong place. It's absolutely vile in here.
It's not that bad.
Oh, give it a chance. You might grow to like it.
Please, you can't mean to leave me here. Please.
Goodbye, Ferdinand. Enjoy your new home.
Oi! I'd normally toss the both of you out. But I like the look of the fancy man. Target practice.
Please, you can't leave me here. Squalor does terrible things to my complexion.
Okay.
Mine now, demiguise.
Anne's worried. She said Sebastian promised her that I would be there if she went to meet him in the catacomb. But now he's asking her to join him immediately and to come alone. She says he doesn't sound himself. Meet us at the catacomb as soon as you can. I hope that my quill has conveyed my message clearly.
Oh, crap basket. Okay. Wait, missed it. Okay, now quests. I'm gonna talk to Poppy first.
On another adventure, are we?
Revelio. Aloha Mora. Revelio. This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Revelio. I know a Merlin trial when I see one. Aloha Mora.
Hello. It's good to see you, my friend. If it wasn't for you, I might still be caged up by those dreadful Ashwinders. I will never forget your bravery.
Revelio. Mysterious.
Alright, let's wait for Poppy.
You made it.
Alright.
At least we're out of the classroom.
I take it this means you had some luck at the library?
It took a few hours and some eye-watering maps, but I think this might be the cave Doran told us about.
Impressive. Especially with how little information he gave us.
Well, I'm still not sure this is the cave, but it did seem the most promising. I stumbled across some folklore about a cave in the area that people avoid. Seemed the perfect place to hide something of value. It's a bit of a leap, I confess, but might a mysterious item such as a special moonstone be hidden in an equally mysterious cave? I think I'm desperate for anything at this point.
Alright, let's, why do people avoid the cave?
Did you discover why people avoid this cave?
Ridiculous, really. Rumour was that the cave drove people mad. I couldn't find any account by someone who had been in the cave, though. So either it is a rumour, or anyone who went in wasn't in any state to speak of it afterwards.
Okay, let's poke around in the mysterious
Well, we're
cave.
here. We might as well have a look.
Agreed.
Okay.
I wonder if you'd go blind from staring directly at a moonstone.
Alright. Case of dark magic.
You don't think the rumors about the cave are true, do you?
I suppose we'll find out, won't we?
Confringo!
Let's keep moving.
It's another aggressive one!
Arresto them and Accio! Confringo! Glacius! Crusader! Stupefy! Depulsor! Defender! Flipendo! Bombarder!
What is going on with them?
Accio!
Voipers!
I beg your pardon?
This must be how the rumor about the cave started. The Fwooper's song is said to drive anyone who hears it mad. If the moonstone is here and so are Fwoopers, I wonder if it's being protected.
Accio!
Oh, goody. Alright, well...
Why am I not surprised? First the Fwoopers and now this.
Next...
Accio!
We need to find moss for those spinners.
Lumos!
Lumos!
Reparo. Accio. Lumos.
Lumos. Another obstacle. No matter. I'm sure we can work out a way across.
Accio. Confringo! Arresto momentum. Accio! Arresto momentum. Accio. Glacius. Cabalso. Defender. Flipendo. Bombarda. Revelio. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo.
Let's keep moving.
Revelio. Revelio.
Does it have a way through here?
Lumos. Lumos. Lumos.
Lumos. Merlin, it's beautiful.
Reparo.
Let's see.
Lumos. Lumos. Lumos.
There we go.
You did it!
Arresto Momentum. Accio. Confringo. Glacius. Defendo. Depulso. Bombarda. Defendo. Arresto Momentum. Accio. Potato. Stupefy. Confringo.
Let's keep moving.
Look, where the water's bubbling. How odd.
Should we take a closer look?
You read my mind.
Keep moving.
Merlin, it's even more beautiful close up. It's got to be here, I just know it.
Confringo.
Given what Fwoopas are known to do, I never thought I'd be so happy to see this many of them.
I don't know. I've been listening to them for a while now, and I'm starting to lose my mind.
Very funny. I was just thinking how it's proof that poachers haven't been here, assuming this is where the Moonstone is. Which means we're one step ahead of them. We found it! Well, we found what we came for. Now we just need to bring it to the henge.
Okay.
Well done, Poppy. This did end up being the right cave after all.
A good thing, too. We need every advantage over the poachers if we're to get to the Snidgets first. We should do as Doran suggested and bring the Moonstone to the henge.
I'm ready to leave now.
Shall we?
We shall. If we leave now, we should make it there by nightfall. That's the henge, precisely where Doran said it would be. But now that we're here, I'm not entirely sure how to feel. We knew we were at the cave for the Moonstone, but Doran didn't tell us what to expect when we placed the stone in the henge.
I doubt it's dangerous.
I don't think Doran would knowingly send us into danger.
You're right. I suppose I'm worrying over nothing. Let's make our way down. We're nearly at the end of this. I think that's it over there.
Okay. Okay.
How's your gran doing, by the way?
Nothing keeps Gran down. She set up a caterwauling charm and threatened to make a coat out of the next poacher that set foot on her doorstep. I still feel terrible that I'm the reason they went there.
Surely she'll be pleased you've gone after the Snidgets.
I hope so. Gran understands how important it is to protect those who need it. safely say we know where the moonstone goes.
Oh, they're making a pattern.
Whoa!
Oh. That was a mooncalf dance. Do you know how rare it is to see even one? They only ever happen under a full moon. Though I suppose the moonstone allowed it to happen now.
Is the pattern they left behind on the ground normal?
All part of the dance. No one pattern is ever the same though. We'll need to draw this one to get a better sense of it. Can't wait to tell Gran that I've managed to see not one but 2 mooncalf dances. She'll be jealous.
You've seen this before?
It was pure luck the first time. I was on Highwing or I'd never have spotted it. It was the night the night I met Highwing, actually
I'd love to hear about how you and Highwing met.
I'd actually like you to know. About 5 years ago, Highwing had been captured by poachers. At first, they planned to sell her, but soon decided they wanted to kill her instead. More money, I suppose. I'd finally had enough. I freed Highwing and we ran. We'd flown for ages when I spotted mooncalves dancing below and we landed to watch them. It felt like an omen. A good one. A sign that the worst was over.
What do you mean you'd had enough and the worst was over?
You see, the night I freed Highwing was also the night I ran away from home. A poacher camp. I come from a family of poachers.
Merlin? I don't know what to say, Poppy. I can't imagine what that must have been like for you.
I never fitted in. But the older I got, the more apparent it became. Gran tried for years to convince my parents to let me live with her. Suffice it to say, when I left with Highwing, I flew straight for her house.
How brave. I'm glad you escaped.
So am I. There were so many creatures I was unable to help when I was younger. Now that's all I want to do.
You're succeeding.
From everything I've seen, you're doing precisely that.
I've had a bit of help. I've never told anyone any of this, but I'm glad that you know. It's nice to have someone to talk about it with.
What was it like growing up with poachers?
What was it like growing up in a family of poachers?
The thing I remember most was how much we moved around, always chasing the next big kill. It was chaotic and dangerous and nowhere a child should ever grow up.
Do your parents know that you sabotage poachers?
Do your parents know about the things you do now? Saving that dragon from the fighting ring, for instance.
We don't speak, or rather, they don't speak to me. Last I heard, they were in Borneo trying to make their fortunes there. Acromantulas. However, I wouldn't be surprised if word has got back to them. Some days a part of me hopes that it has. Now that I'm older, I wish I could talk to them, get them to see sense. But sadly, I suspect that wouldn't do any good.
We were around so many poachers in the tent. Were you not worried about being recognized?
Poachers are nomadic, and most of the ones in the area aren't any I'd grown up with. That said, I suspect someone must have recognized me. That's how they got to Gran.
Alright, thank you for trusting me.
I'm glad you told me.
We should get back to Doran. He'll need to see the symbol, and we've got poachers to beat. If you collect the moonstone, I can make a quick drawing of the symbol for Doran.
Are you finished with the drawing?
Just barely. I think the pattern's a bird. At least that's what it looks like.
Didn't the journal say the key to finding the Snidget lies in the moonlight?
Of course. That's it. We need to show this to Doran. Not that I'd know where to find him at this hour. Perhaps we should head back to the castle and we can track him down after a good night's sleep.
Alright. Ready to leave.
Agreed. I'm ready to leave if you are.
I think I just leveled up too. Look at my quests. I gotta talk to Ominous. Ooh. The next curse. I'm probably gonna need that.
There's no telling what lies in wait for me in there.
Sebastian has gone too far. You saw what lies in the catacomb. I cannot stay here.
Wait, Anne, please.
Ominous. He was willing to put the whole hamlet and himself in danger on the chance that some old relic could help to heal me. I'm sorry, Ominous. Make sure he's all right, will you?
I'm glad you're here.
What's going on?
I received your owl. Where's Sebastian?
Inside the catacomb. Frankly, I was surprised you weren't with him.
Ominous,
Stop. You swore you wouldn't let Sebastian take this one step further. Yet here we are.
I know, this is my fault.
It's my fault. I was wrong. I thought he'd stop.
I should have stopped him before. Sebastian's in real trouble now. I'm going back into the catacomb to find him. Anne's right. He and the entire hamlet are in danger. The place is crawling with Inferi.
Inferi? What are you talking about?
You'll see. We need to hurry. Sebastian must not be in his right mind.
Oh, crap basket.
Last time we were here, this place was crawling with spiders.
We're about to face worse. Let's find Sebastian quickly.
Accio! Where was Sebastian when you and Anne found him?
Just ahead, in the great room.
Arresto Momentum. Accio!
Ringo!
Ringo! Potato! Stupid! Ringo! Arresto Momentum. Accio!
There weren't this many Inferi before.
And there's no sign of Sebastian. Confringo! Protego! Stupefy!
Confringo. Hold on a moment. I was so worried about Sebastian I didn't even realize. Anne's gone to get Solomon. When she first saw the Inferi, she thought Sebastian was being attacked. But then he showed her the relic and said he'd learned how to use it.
The carvings on the relic were Inferi, and Sebastian somehow created them.
Not exactly. He's controlling them. This is powerful dark magic. Creating Inferi is incredibly difficult, but controlling them... As Anne and I frantically barricaded the Inferi to keep them from escaping, Sebastian kept mumbling about healing Anne. When Anne said she couldn't stay here, I didn't realize what she meant.
Solomon threatened to go to the headmaster if he heard of Sebastian dealing with dark magic.
I need to get to Hogwarts. I must get to Professor Black first. Twist the story a bit, make him think it's a family fight. I'll be back as soon as I can. See if you can talk some sense into Sebastian. Be careful.
Well, we gotta find Sebastian first.
How many Inferi are there? Arresto Momentum. Accio. Crucio. Glacius. Defender. Depulsor. Imperial. Flipendo. Protego. Bombarda. Accio. Confringo.
Holy crap, man. There he is.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. There's Sebastian.
Isn't this incredible?
Come on, dude.
Sebastian,
I told you, the relic is the answer. I've been trying to reverse the dark magic that injured Anne, but this will allow me to control it. Just as I can control the Inferi.
Control? I had to fight the Inferi all the way.
Oh, crap.
What have the two of you done? Accio relic!
Don't! The relic!
Oh,
You'll pay for this!
Let two of you
Arresto Momentum. Accio.
Crucio.
Glacius. Depulsor. Defender. Flipendo. Bombarda. Arresto them. Accio. Confringo.
You're supposed to protect us!
I am protecting you, you foolish boy!
Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Glacis. Depulso. Defender.
Place, now you've gone too
Potato. Stupefy. Flipendo. Bombarda. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo.
Mr. Salo, stop!
How dare you! You're not afraid to fight the truth!
Glacis. Depulso. Defender. Flipendo. Bombarda. Arresto momentum. Accio.
Sorry, to be done.
Glacis. Depulso.
She cannot be healed, Sebastian. You must stop.
Oh, this is gonna be
I
bad.
won't let her suffer.
Oh, crap.
Avada Kedavra!
Oh! Oh, he just killed his uncle. Oh! Holy crap.
You've made your choice.
Oh, Anne. What have you done? I must get out of here.
I can't let him leave.
Sebastian, wait!
Don't make me do it, dude.
Stop, Sebastian. Hold on.
What is it?
Why wouldn't you stop? I was calling after you.
Anne won't survive this. She's withering away, inside and out. Solomon's never been there for us. Not really. He gave up on Anne. I'll never give up on her. You saw him, didn't you? He was going to ruin her life. He attacked us. I had to use the killing curse. You know I did. If I hadn't known how to cast it...
I have a feeling if I say that...
He did attack us. You had no choice. It was brave, Sebastian. You clearly care more about Anne than your uncle ever did.
I knew you'd understand. I did do the right thing.
You did. I would have done the same. If I knew how.
I could teach you.
No time like the present.
The killing curse won't be easy to master. As with all unforgivables, you have to mean it. Hold your wand steady. Focus. The incantation is Avada Kedavra. Your intention must be clear.
And I have all the curses.
I can't stay here. I need to find Ominous.
Sebastian.
Please, I'm not myself right now. Let's meet later at the Undercroft, all right?
Yeah, he is... I think I have every spell.
Imperial. Avada Kedavra.
Crucible. Eight legs is simply too many.
Alright. Next quest. Let's go to the map chamber.
I hope Professor Fig got my owl. I need to tell him and the Keepers that Ranrock knows where the last repository is.
According to the owl I received, Ranrock is moving more quickly than we could have anticipated.
This is grave news indeed. We had hoped for more time to discuss the best path forward.
Let us hear what the student has to say.
Professor, you received my owl. Ranrock has the last of Bragbor's journals. He killed Lodgok to get it. He knows where the last repository is.
Godric's heart.
Lodgok and Ranrock were brothers. Lodgok was bringing the journal to me.
Ranrock is a monster. We need to know where the final repository is.
Surely this changes things. Ranrock has Bragbor's journals and knows where the final repository is.
We obliviated Bragbor. He kept journals? Why would he have documented all of this? He didn't know what we were containing.
Isidore told him.
Isadora told Bragbor about the magic when she asked him to build a container for her. I've seen her memories.
Isadora left memories for someone to find? You know what she did?
Her memories showed what she did for her father, which I also saw in Professor Rookwood's pensive. And a conversation with Bragbor in which she expressed frustration about the limits being placed on her use of ancient magic.
Based upon the memories they have seen, I believe our young friend is well aware of the grave circumstances in which we find ourselves. The next trial will involve an exceptional level of magical skill and a nuanced ability to interact with beasts. Find a face of stone and tendrils. I should advise you that you must engage with any beast that is part of the trial on your own. Professor Bakar will meet you in his pensive room.
An exceptional level of magical skill? Nuanced ability to interact with beasts? I suppose we should begin our search for a face of stone and tendrils, whatever that may be.
Very well.
Professor Weasley has been keeping an eye on me. Perhaps we should meet there, so she has no reason to raise concerns with Professor Black. I shall see you near the coast. Perhaps then you can tell me a little more about the memories of Isadora that you witnessed.
I think I know what they're... I can't remember what it's called. But I definitely know what it is, what we're looking for.
I'll check your pockets after you're dead.
Time to go a little quicker.
There we go.
Slow down now. There we go.
Okay.
You're here. I have good news. We do not have any of Ranrock's loyalists to contend with. Of course, the bad news is that it's likely because they no longer need to track the Keepers for information.
Revelio. Bombarda!
This place could do with a bit of pruning. Let's look around.
Arresto momentum. Confringo.
There we go.
Is that a... It is. I believe I know what must be done. Do you recognize the head sculpted there?
Of course.
It looks like a grap horn.
And the prints carved into the ground lead me to believe that a grap horn will somehow open the way forward.
That's what Professor Rackham meant when he spoke of my needing an ability to interact with beasts.
It would seem so. I do know that the last of a long dynasty of grap horns lives nearby. They call him the Lord of the Shore. I suspect you'll need to bring him here. What happens next, I can't say.
Okay. I have to subdue a grap horn.
Have you ever subdued a grap horn, Professor?
I have, yes. Years ago, at Stonehenge, of all places. The Ministry still owes me for that favor. It can be difficult, of course. They are massive, after all, but it's not impossible. It's my experience that many of your spells will have no real effect. You'll need to wear him down.
Okay, I'm ready.
If that's what must be done, I'll do it.
Excellent. I know this area well enough. When you see the remains of a large sea creature, you're in the right place. Now, Professor Rackham made it clear that you must engage with any beast that is part of this trial on your own. So I shall wish you good luck and wait for your return in the mat chamber.
Perhaps I shall scout around the house. It's been ages.
I don't like the looks.
Well, you won't.
This must be the place. Revelio. Very well, Lord of the Shore. Show yourself.
That's gotta be him. There we go.
Arresto momentum accio. Confringo. Defender. Glacius. I should think you'd be a bit weaker by now. Glacius. Defender. Bombarda. Flipendo. Arresto momentum accio. Confringo. Depulso, Glacius. Defender. Glacius. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo.
There we go.
I need your help, friend.
Yeah, I gotta grab horn now.
No need to race now, my friend. Go! Didn't anyone ever teach you not to take things that don't belong to you?
Perhaps you ought to give up.
It'll take more than this to stop the Lord of the Shore.
That's the best you can do.
Oh, forever.
Looks intriguing. We're crossing that bridge whether you like it or not.
You're the one who stole goblin hell.
Time for you all to clear out.
Do the betting. Would you sponsor?
Come on. Almost there.
Slow down now. There we go.
now we have to witness the conceived memory. Okay.
Perhaps Professor Rackham was right to have had faith in you. I still have my reservations. Isadora, as you will see, was not who she seemed. I can only hope that you are. My memories should answer any questions you may have about the power you will need to protect.
Thank you, Professor Bakar. I shall see you back in the map chamber.
Okay.
Hello? Isadora? Isadora? Mr. Morganach, Mr. Morgan?
Oh, crap.
Son, I'm glad you're here.
Isadora was not at her home.
I know.
Her father... Percival.
What is it?
It is as though he was stripped not only of his pain, but of all emotion.
Everything is much worse than I feared. Neve was right. Isadora hasn't stopped. I've just learned that she has been wielding that magic on students.
Oh, crap.
We must gather the others. I need you to return to your common room, all right?
What have you done?
Take a breath.
Students, Isadora.
Everyone feels pain. And why? Because of your arrogance? Your obsession with secrets? He won't suffer any longer. Not my father, not my students, no one.
Isadora, set down your wand.
Professor, you taught me to hone my power, not throw it away.
I did not teach you this. Expelliarmus!
Oh, this is all bad. Oh!
Avada Kedavra!
He had no choice.
She's alive.
Seems like Picard didn't have a choice in the matter with that.
The caverns below Hogwarts, where you fought Isadora. Is that the location of the final repository?
It is. You see, we could not destroy the strands of emotion Isadora had stolen from so many. So we did all that we could to keep them safe. We also realized that until they could be destroyed, the magic used to create them was a danger to wizard kind. Hence, we became keepers. Keepers of an unfathomable secret. We knew that someday, one with the ability to see traces of ancient magic might be seduced by its power. We built the trials to lead that person to us, to allow them to prove themselves worthy of the knowledge we'd kept hidden and the responsibility that accompanies it.
Have I not proven myself, Professor? I need to get to that repository before Ranrock does.
You have, and you will. But the repository is protected by powerful ancient magic. To enter, you must craft a special wand from the 4 artifacts you found above our pensives.
So the repository is safe from Ranrock for now.
If he is, as you suspect, capable of using the power of the other repository, I fear he will be able to breach our defenses.
Then I must go now and craft this wand. Perhaps Mr. Ollivander will help me.
Another Ollivander? I'm not surprised. As I am sure he will tell you, this wand may be used for only one purpose. Return with the wand, and we will open the way forward.
I shall send an owl ahead to Ollivander. Whilst you visit him, I'll reach out to Professor Weasley.
Professor Weasley?
Yes. I may have made an error in judgment by not informing her of Ranrock's intentions earlier. I only hope it's not too late. If Ranrock really is going to try to drill below Hogwarts, we'll need all the help we can get.
All right, Professor. I'll see you soon.
I think we're getting close to the end of the story stuff. Okay. Let's go there next.
She's devastated. She just buried your uncle alone.
I did it for her.
Sebastian, Anne can't bear the thought of turning you in, but...
What? Turn me in? She saw what happened.
I'll give you some time to think, Sebastian.
Turn me in?
Sebastian.
Did you hear that? You saw what happened. I never wanted to hurt my uncle.
I know.
I can't believe he's gone. How did things go so wrong? I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to... Oh, Anne, I was only trying to help. I can't leave now. Anne needs me more than ever. You understand. You can talk to Ominous. Make him understand. He listens to you. I need to be with Anne.
Very well. I'll talk to him.
Don't worry, Sebastian. I shall speak with Ominous.
Thank you. You're a good friend, truly. No matter what happens from here, I'm glad we met.
Poor Sebastian.
Ominous?
What a mess. I can't believe it. After I last saw you, I went straight to Hogwarts. Before I had time to talk to Black, I heard from Anne. I rushed to Feldcroft and found her with Solomon's body. She was beside herself with grief. Part of her wants Sebastian to face the consequences, another part can't bear the thought of it. I don't want to lose Sebastian, but I don't think we have a choice.
We should turn Sebastian in. I'm kind of curious about this. Okay. No. As much as he was only trying to do the right thing, I guess to an extent he just got too emotional.
We do have a choice. What good will it do to turn him in now? He clearly regrets everything. He's not going to do anything like this again.
We've both heard that before.
But we also need to think about Anne. She's lost her health, now she's lost her uncle. Do you really want to take her brother away from her too?
I understand what you're saying. Perhaps you're right. As much as I believe that Sebastian should pay for his actions, we'd only be punishing Anne as well. I hope we're doing the right thing. I'll talk to Anne. If it comes from me, she'll agree with this decision.
Thank you, Ominous. You're a good friend.
Whatever lies ahead, we must face it together. That I know.
Holy crap. I'll check out my room of requirement. Oh, look at all my look at all my beasts. Okay, let's see. Did I do one for a Mooncav yet? I don't think I have. I think I might be wrong on that, but either way. Just realized I do have some. Okay. Oh, look at that. Take off.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Probably. I feel like we're almost done with the story stuff. Wait, I almost forgot. Okay. I got every single beast that I can. So now, just kind of doing a quick look through. Let's go over there real quick. Oh, there's the dragon. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna stick with the main mission for this second. I'm hoping the stuff against Harlow will come soon after this. So let's head to Ollivander's. And I just realized, crap basket. Hold on. Crap basket. There was a reason I was over here. Man, we've gone through so much of this game.
Deke thinks you've made marvelous improvements here.
Thank you. Oh, where is it? No. No, no. No,
I think I know where we can find Doran. Meet me in the Forbidden Forest and we can tell him about the symbol the Mooncalves made.
Oh, okay. Perfect. No, gear. Athletic house robe. That's cool. There was a hat. That's kind of funny. But for now, Okay. Let's go ahead and head there.
And you say they made it after you placed the moonstone?
Do you know why or what it means? Does it have to do with the Snidgets?
The breadth of one's knowledge can be as wide as the seas, and yet only run so deep.
It's good to see you again, Doran. Did Poppy tell you about everything that's happened?
She did, and I am glad to see that you are both safely returned. I did question the wisdom of sending you on a path at a time when that path was unknown at best, deadly at worst. But the acumen of the centaurs is neither personal nor partial. The skies tell us what is to come, and often we do not know what we have seen until it has come to pass.
Okay. You knew the poachers would try and kill Poppy and me.
I did not know, my young friend. But I shall say that I was not surprised. It was in much the same manner that I expected our first meeting.
I don't suppose you'd like to start from the beginning. I think Poppy and I could use that.
Of course. I find it is often the best place to start, is it not? Many, many moons ago, I divined a series of events. Their meaning long evaded me, until you brought news of the Snidgets and their poacher pursuers. I believe the symbol created by the Mooncalves dance marks the place the Snidgets are hidden. And serendipitously, I believe that I know the very place.
Please, go on.
I have seen that symbol only once, on a rock face in the cliffs of the forest. You should make haste there. The Snidgets that have been kept there for so many years may no longer be safe.
What precisely did you see in the stars?
You said you divined a series of events before our paths crossed. What were they?
I saw the arrival of a stranger, the threat of an enemy, and the return of an old friend. I believe now that you are the strangers, the poachers are the enemy, and the old friends are the Snidgets. I also saw two places tied to these events: the cave with the moonstone and the henge. The latter was bathed in moonlight.
Okay. How do you know the symbol is where the Snidgets are?
What makes you so sure the symbol is where the Snidgets are?
I do not know. It is what I have read in the stars. Fortunes play out as they are intended. I am merely a messenger. I shall say that fortune favors us today. That you would show me a symbol whose provenance I recognize is not coincidence, but fate.
Alright, let's go find the Snidgets.
If you're right about this place, then we should make our way there.
I shall see you there. We cannot afford to lose the Snidgets once again.
Let me give it a minute. Probably just fast travel there.
How remarkable.
I got here as soon as I could.
Did you see the symbol above the entrance? It's the one the mooncalves made at the henge. Of course Doran implied as much, but to see it up there...
Could this actually be where the Snidgets are hidden?
Let's find out. Doran's waiting for us just up ahead.
I'm ready if you are.
Can you believe it? Actual Snidgets. I'm glad we seem to be a step ahead of the poachers.
It is a little strange we haven't heard anything from them.
If we're lucky, they're still poring over Gran's research. There was a fair amount. We, on the other hand, had Doran to guide us. Even if the poachers do somehow stumble upon this place, we shall be long gone.
I feel like something's about to happen.
What I wouldn't give to be a Demiguise right now. Is likely wise.
Greetings.
I hope we haven't kept you waiting long, Doran.
Not at all. Then again, it is not I who awaits your arrival. Do you have the Moonstone with you?
We do.
Good. It is as important to what happens next as both of you are.
So, what does happen next? What are these pillars here?
A safeguard, I suspect. There is only one way to find out. And as for how to go about that, the two of you may know better than anyone.
Accio!
I wonder if the pillars move at all.
Accio! Revelio.
That is a lot of spiders.
Perhaps it has to do with the light and the darkness.
Accio! Accio.
Huh.
Perhaps it has to do with the light in the darkness.
So then that just leaves...
Perhaps it has to do with the light in the darkness.
Accio.
Did it! Look, Doran, a doorway!
I suspect we all know what lies beyond that passage. And now...
Protego!
At least for a time.
You're not coming in with us.
If the Snidgets are... The herd want to see the truth. Everything's special. Go on without me. I will rejoin as soon as I am ready.
Protego! Stupefy! Arresto Momentum! Accio! Confringo!
Alright, let's head inside. Alright, the Gilded Perch.
Look at the murals on the wall. They're all creatures. This place must have been built to protect them. They had nothing to fear.
What makes you say that?
The poacher camps always felt oppressive. It's hard to explain, but the feeling was palpable. The sense I get here is safety and calm. Quite the opposite of the poacher camps.
Wingardium Leviosa. Protego! Revelio.
Okay.
Arresto Momentum. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso!
Oh, cool, I got a hippogriff statue.
Accio! Wingardium Leviosa! Confringo! Revelio. Whoever built this place certainly liked to read.
And the books are all about creatures.
Your gran would love it here.
She would. I can't wait to tell her all about it.
Okay.
I'll wager this isn't the dead end it seems to be. But how to get through?
Confringo!
I think it wants the other one.
The plates on the floor have symbols on them.
Incendio! Glacius! Incendio! Glacius! Incendio! Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio.
Oh, I kind of see what we need to do.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Incendio!
There we go.
Of course. How clever. Look at this place.
Little puppy Sweeting. Forgot how to cover your tracks?
What was that?
Not Doran, that's for certain. Compulso! Incendio! Stupid one!
Was that meant to be an attack of some sort?
Arresto moment accio!
Incendio! Ridiculous, one has to defend oneself
This is...
Compulso! Imperial! Incendio!
You're sitting off my eyebrow!
Flipendo! Bombarda! Arresto moment accio! Confringo! Crucial! Places! Compulso!
Oh, there we go.
Ready your wands. The fight.
Glacius! Compulso! Incendio!
You've made a mistake.
Imperial!
I'll check your pockets.
Let's play! Flipendo! Bombarda! Arresto moment accio! Confringo! Incendio! Gago! Expulso! Glacius! Compulso! Incendio!
What is that?
Stupid!
What just happened to me?
Someone a lesson!
Glacius! Bombarda! Accio! Confringo!
There we go.
Arresto moment accio! Confringo! Compulso! Incendio!
You know what you do.
Compulso! Incendio! Imperial!
There you are.
Confringo! Flipendo!
Okay, so for this battle...
Bombarda!
I wasn't myself for a moment.
Arresto moment accio! Confringo! Crucial! Compulso! Defendo! I think that was all of them.
Are the two of you unharmed? I had hoped to return before it was too late.
We're fine, but if you hadn't got here when you did, I led them here, Doran.
You fought with us against your kind. I am glad to have witnessed this. I now believe all that Doran told me.
They are the ones I saw.
Finish your work here, brother. All the events you divined have not yet come to pass.
Alright, let's see him.
There they are. Now, all that remains is to break the charm.
You want us to... I only ever wanted to see them safe, which they are. You should do it. Merlin, they're lovely. But what happens now? They can't care for themselves, and surely once word gets out of their reappearance...
No harm will come to them. The centaurs will see to that. You have my word.
Thank you, Doran, for helping us to find them and to fight for them.
It is you who deserves the merit, child. You did what the poachers would never have. Remember that.
You both fought bravely today. Allow us to carry the mantle from here.
If it's all right, Doran, I think I'd like to stay behind and spend a little more time with the Snidgets.
That was adorable. How do I get out of here again? Alright. Let's go hunt down the wand. I do need to talk to Penny, too.
It is wonderful to see you back here. Oh, perhaps today you have something you'd like Penny to sell for you?
I do. Here you go, Penny.
Penny wishes you safe and wondrous travels.
All right. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Ollivander. I wondered if you might be able to help me with something.
Yes. Professor Fig sent an owl informing me that you'd be coming. He was a bit cryptic. Said you need to have a special wand crafted, that you'd bring me the materials.
Yes, sir. I have them here.
Oh, my. How extraordinary. Remarkable design. I will be honest, I have never crafted a wand in this fashion. Repaired broken wands, of course, but this is something else entirely. Keeping me on my toes, aren't you? I think I can work with what you've brought me. Let me see what I can do. It is done.
Nice.
I should warn you, I've never seen a wand like this before. My suspicion, as Professor Fig implied in his letter, is that it serves a unique purpose. I doubt you shall find much use for it otherwise.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
I'm afraid you're on your own. I've ensured that we have a moment to ourselves. Oh, come, come. No need for such theatrics. In light of what Ranrock now knows, you must agree that our interests are aligned.
Bullshit.
Our interests will never be aligned.
You would let goblins take what is rightfully ours? The final repository belongs to wizard kind. We would be fools not to work together. What's that you've got there? Might this sudden visit to the Wand Maker have something to do with our mutual pursuit?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That repository is my birthright!
Charles Rookwood wouldn't have wanted you near it.
The arrogance. Should have known better than to try and reason with a child. I've always said, children should be seen and not heard.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you're dead. That's the exact same thing he said to Anne. He's the one that cursed Anne. Oh, you're dead, dude.
Protect her!
I have no mercy doing this.
No more hat.
Arrest them. Accio.
Are you even trying?
Glacius. Repulsor.
You will not survive this fight.
Defender. Bombarder. Predator.
You can't hold out forever.
Arresto Momentum. Accio. Confringo.
You're going to regret that. Look what you've done! You pay for it. So, hunt begins.
Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucio.
What have you done?
Glacius. Devolso. Vindo. Imperio. Propendo. Bombarda. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Potato.
Expulsor! You'll be sorry you did that. You should have joined me. Abracadabra! I'll stick your pockets up here again.
And he's dead. Oh my goodness.
I'll make you wish you were back at school.
Seconds!
Go, bro! Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucio. Glacius. Devolso. Vindo. Imperio.
As you wish.
Propendo. Bombarda.
Time for somebody.
What was that?
Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo.
Crucio. Don't go down easy.
Glacius. I'm no stupid. You with what? Glacius.
Incendio.
Devolso. Vindo.
And you. I've never seen such magic.
Imperio.
Aha!
What make a final scene?
Glacius. Devolso. Vindo. Potato.
Come on, you afraid to fight back?
Glacius. Devolso.
Potato!
Stupefy. Imperio. Ready for your way.
Ha! You're idiot!
Bomb and eruption finger. Accio. Arresto momentum. Potato. Confringo. Crucio.
I'll beat your marionette!
Bombarda.
Another pitiful
There we
beast
go.
caught in my trap. Abracadabra!
You good, dude?
I can't believe it. Rookwood's reign is finally over. I'll need to send an Al to Natty right away. For now, though, I need to get back to the map chamber and tell Fig what happened.
The final repository. The Keeper's Wand. Okay.
Stupendous! Bombarda! What? The beasts around here can sleep a bit easier now. This looks like trouble.
Okay. Kind of curious about this. Hold on. Hogwarts Legacy. Harlow's Last Stand. Okay, so how do I do the Harlow's Last Stand quest? Finding Focus is an optional Hogwarts quest. Center Natty. Okay. And 1 Mastery. Let's go to Hogsmeade real quick. Or better yet. So, okay. I'm hoping I don't go immediately into the last mission. Because I would like to...
Please meet me as soon as possible. I received an interesting owl from Joanna Bickle about Harlow.
Alright, let's do this. Let's finish the Harlow quest. talk to Poppy too. This video is going to be a little bit longer than the rest of them. Because I am finishing this game up.
Just the person I was hoping to see.
I see Doran finally convinced you to leave the Snidgets.
If anyone can keep them out of poacher hands, it's the centaurs. And I wanted to thank you. When the poachers ambushed us, it was nice not to face them alone.
I was happy to help.
Of course. It's the sort of thing friends do for each other, isn't it?
I suppose so. I am glad you came to Hogwarts. It's already been my best year. I wouldn't want a repeat of Horntail Hall, of course, but I did enjoy the Three Broomsticks. Had no idea how lovely it was there.
Had you never been to the Three Broomsticks?
I used to spend most of my time with Highwing, and well, I don't know how Serona feels about hippogriffs popping in for a butterbeer. Highwing's the only one I would have gone with. Or Gran, of course.
Alright. Highwing's good company.
Nothing wrong with that. Highwing's good company.
She is. Although I am beginning to see the appeal of human friends. It was nice to talk about my parents and Gran with someone. And share Highwing.
Have you heard it from your parents?
I don't suppose you've heard anything from your parents, have you?
I haven't, but I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay. Did you tell your Gran what... Did you tell your Gran we found the Snidgets?
Does your Gran know that we found the Snidgets?
I couldn't hold it in any longer. I told her everything. She was livid that I'd been anywhere near the poachers. But she confessed that she was rather envious about the Snidgets.
Alright. Stay out of trouble, Poppy.
It has all been a pleasure, Poppy. Do try and stay out of trouble.
Don't know that I can. We've taken on poachers twice now, successfully. I rather think you've helped me develop a taste for it. And with centaurs as allies, I might actually go looking for trouble.
Well,
you
fun.
and I should meet for a butterbeer soon. Perhaps Highwing can join us?
Maybe. Alright. Best friends. So now... I'm gonna track this one real quick. Out of all the missions, this is definitely one that I wanted to get done. Is the poacher stuff, on top of the defeat Ranrock.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
Okay.
Are you ready to finish Harlow?
Yep.
I'm ready to finish Harlow once and for all. What is your plan?
I received an owl from Mrs. Bickle. She wondered if we were having any luck going after Harlow. Suggested we could gather evidence from a friend near Manor Cape.
But she warned us to stay out of it. Was rather adamant about it.
Precisely.
Harlow knows that we saved Archie, and that we rescued Mr. Rabe. The letter didn't come from Mrs. Bickle, did it?
I do not believe it did. Harlow intends to ambush us.
But now we have the upper hand. We can prepare.
We are stronger than Harlow, and he knows it. That's why he's resorting to this sort of trickery. We must go.
I'm ready.
Agreed. Let's finish this.
Brilliant. Harlow's reign ends today.
Perhaps we ought to inform Officer Singer of our plans.
I already sent her an owl to let her know that we were following a lead given to us by Mrs. Bickle.
Are you concerned she might tell your mother?
Indeed she will, but so be it. I am tired of hiding it from her. My mother needs to understand that I will not be safe from the Ashwinders until everyone is. I shall pursue them until they are finished, and I think she knows that. As do you.
That I do.
Keep an eye out. Harlow is likely around here somewhere. I sense he is close.
Where is he?
I do not know. We should look around.
Glacius! Depulso!
What's right into us? Pay for your deed.
Flipendo! Bovada! Arresto Moment Accio!
He's mine!
Have little patience with such cruel tricks. You're going to regret that. How delightful.
You've been a thorn in our side long enough.
Stupid. Knew you would fix hanging.
Arresto Moment Accio! Imperial! Flipendo! Bombarda! Arresto Accio! Confringo! Cruiser! Glacius! Depulso! Defender! What have you done?
We're done.
Huh? Human
Harlow, where are you?
You fight like a muggle. Little Nat Sione, innit? And her excruciatingly loyal companion. You two have done quite a bit of damage to my business interests. But I must grudgingly give you some credit. What was once a mere annoyance has become remarkably problematic. Fortunately, I pride myself on my problem-solving skills. Do you want to speak now?
Glacius! Imperial! Arresto Moment Accio! Confringo! Crucial!
Why would you use that spell?
Flipendo! Bovada! Avada Kedavra!
Such a smart man!
There we go. Hey, he survived.
No!
Oh no.
Natty.
Oh no.
Are you sure you are up for a visitor?
Yes, Mother. I feel fine, and it will do me good to see my friend.
Very well. But do not overdo it, Natsai.
I know, Mother. It is good to see you, my friend.
I'm glad to see you're doing so well.
I am doing better than it appears. I am only here because my mother insisted, just to be safe. I was relieved when she told me that you were all right.
Thanks to you.
Only because of you. How are you feeling?
Well, I've had better days, but Nurse Blaney says that I am on the mend.
I'm sorry, Natty. It's my fault you got hurt.
What? No. Do not blame yourself for this. The moment that I saw Harlow aim his wand at you, well,
You made the choice to protect me.
You quickly made the choice to protect me.
I did what I had to, and I would do it again. I could not simply stand there and let you get hurt.
Then I shouldn't feel guilty.
Of course not. There was nothing that you... Oh my... I cannot believe that it took me this long to see it. He made a choice based on instinct. My father, you, my friend, are no more to blame for my injuries today than I am to blame for my father's sacrifice years ago.
From what I know of him, it seems there's a lot of your father in you.
That's very kind of you to say. I hope that you are right. This has all been a bit much, hasn't it? Taking down Harlow and the rest of Rookwood's lot. But we have done it. Rookwood is dead, Harlow is on his way to Azkaban, and the rest of them are on the run. A few of the dregs will still be about, fighting for their lost cause. But Rookwood's enterprise has fallen apart.
Everything is safer now because of us. Because of you.
Thank you, but we make a formidable team. You, my fellow traveler, have enriched my time at Hogwarts beyond anything I could have imagined. Thank you. I believe your friendship to be one of the most important in my life. Thank you for coming to visit me. It is always good to see you.
That was fun. All right. This is it.
Victor Rookwood is dead. He confronted me as I left Ollivander's with the Keeper's wand. I had to defend myself.
Godric's heart, are you all right? I know you're well able to defend yourself. I've seen it often enough. But Rookwood himself...
He got what he deserved. I had to defend myself.
He would have killed me once he found the repository, if not before. I had no choice.
You're right. You had no choice. You did what you had to do. With Harlow in custody and Rookwood gone, the wizarding community owes you a great debt.
Thank you for saying so, Professor. I'm ready for what's next.
All right, then. The Keepers have been waiting.
You have completed all of our trials, and you have done so under circumstances even I did not foresee. You understand now why all of this was necessary. The portkey, the vault, the locket, the book, the trials. To ensure that one with the ability you and I share would make the same choice that San, Neve, Charles, and I did.
Now that you have witnessed my memory, you understand all that is at stake. Not everyone is what they seem.
As you know, light does not exist without shadow, nor shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should.
Even the most well-meaning and competent amongst us cannot possibly know the consequences of manipulating what should be beyond our reach.
What lies in the repository must never be released. Resist the temptation to destroy or control it. The magic that you have so carefully honed must now be used only to protect the secret we keep. You have the wand. You will know when to wield it. We leave our legacy in your hands.
We can only...
Oh, crap. I didn't hear that dialogue. Okay.
I should hope that the enchantments protecting the castle would protect against an incursion from below.
I fear they may not. Although, if they don't now, I can assure you they will in the future.
Were you able to reach Professor Weasley?
I was. Hopefully she and the others will arrive soon. They know where to find the door through which we entered.
Okay. Oh, crap, that's good.
Damn, the goblins.
Hranrock is here.
Let's go.
We gotta make it to the repository.
If his royalists are here, he cannot be far behind.
You and I have faced worse, Professor.
Search the area. Must be here somewhere.
We must be getting closer.
Renbrook!
Arrest them and Accio. Cruising. Between us and him. We need to move it.
I shall handle it. 1 minute. Let's go. I see it. And I don't know.
Let's get this up.
Stop! I'm afraid!
You're no match for us. Arrest those momentum Accio.
You won't get away with that.
You are my
I'll kill you when I get down from here!
A dead end. Now what?
No, it's not.
Professor, that wall, that's the way forward.
Very perceptive, my young friend. It worked. Let's go.
Let's move.
Lumos! Ranrock must be getting closer to finding the repository.
I fear you're right, Professor. There's nothing we can do but keep searching.
Listen, more goblins up ahead.
Why?
Arrest them and attack you.
Coming back this way.
Arresto. Arresto momentum. Accio. Glacius. Cabalso. Defender. Bombarda. Defender. Stupid. Bombarda.
Rose Army.
Depulso. Defender. Glacius. Imperial. Arresto momentum.
What the other cruise now?
Someone there. Protego. Stop it. Stupid one. Repender. Bombarda.
These tunnels haven't brought us much luck so far.
We're getting closer, Professor. That way.
Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
The goblins have somehow evaded the castle's defensive charms.
Steer them this way! We shall make quick work of them!
They got this.
Time to move. We're in the thick of it now.
Also, Beast who's in charge. Your timing couldn't be better, Professor Heckett.
Thank you, Professor.
One less human to worry about.
Accio. Protego. Stupid. Glacius. Depulso. Accio.
That was unexpected.
Defender. Depulso. Glacius. Depulso. Defender. Look out! Another troll! This one's worse than the last two! Stop him! Depulso! Defender! Etherio! Arresto!
Need some for the rest of us.
We couldn't be happy to see you, Professor
I won't rest.
Come on.
Repender, Bombarda, Glacius, Cabalso, Defender, Arresto, Moment, Accio.
Alright, here we go. Thank you, Professor Weasley. I'll just turn it into a bridge. Okay. Oh, I see what's going to happen. We're getting close to the repository, I think. Yep, there it is. That is so cool looking. And there it is.
We made it.
I'm relieved we got here before Ranrock.
No, we didn't.
I can't believe this is it. The repository has been under the castle for hundreds of years.
Think of all the pain that created it. This is what Miriam, George, your friend Lodgok, and countless others died for. Miriam believed this forgotten magic could be used for such good, but she did not know the risks. She did not see what the Keepers have shown you, what Isadora showed you. You are now the Keeper of whatever power it holds. What do you intend to do with it?
You know, honestly, I mean, we could go for power, but let's face it. I mean, we had a little bit of taste of that with Sebastian, where he was trying to find power to help his sister. What's the saying? Absolute power corrupts. So, this is going to be something different than any other Slytherin would do, but I intend to keep it contained here.
I plan to leave the repository as it is.
I'm pleased to hear that. I've been thinking.
What is it, Professor?
I spent all year trying to keep our journey a secret from everyone, including Professor Weasley. But now I wonder if I should have shared it with her, and the others, sooner. Trusted them more. The Keepers wanted this secret to be locked away forever. How long will you keep it?
You know what? Keep it secret for now.
I plan to keep it secret for now. But in time, when I'm ready, I plan to tell those I trust everything and accept their help.
I believe that is what Miriam would have wanted. We should trust in others. If anyone can rise to this challenge, my friend, it is you.
Up, here he comes.
arrogance of wizard kind. Goblins built this repository. It belongs to us.
Enough, Ranrock. It was never yours.
I've been wanting to play with this. Miriam's wand. If she'd simply handed over the container, all of this could have been avoided. Foolish, self-important witch. Seems you were two of a kind. She didn't know when to give up either.
Oh, crap. Oh, no. What the hell? Oh, this ain't good. He turned himself into a dragon. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, no! Oh, you killed Fig.
It's feeding off the power from the repository.
Your beautiful magic is no match for mine, child!
Flipenda, Bombarda. Potato. Flipenda, those traces of magic somehow protecting the dragon. That did the trick. Now, Havana Kedavra. Bombarda. Arresto Momentum. Accio. Confringo. Cruise. Glacius. Depulso. Defender. Period.
There seems to be some fighting you after all. No. I shall rid you of it. Come and set up, Rachel.
You can't stop me. Potato. Two sources of power. Defender. Ha! You don't like that very much, do you? Arresto and then Accio. Confringo. Crucible. Defender. Bombarda. Havana Kedavra. Bombarda. Defender. Glacius. Depulso. Defender. Imperial. Confringo. Accio. Arresto Momentum. Crucible.
Stop! You have no idea what you're doing.
Oh, I have plenty of idea what I'm doing, dude.
You can't run forever, Ranrock.
Give up now, and I might ensure
Defender. Area. Flipendo. Agora que dá. Glacier. Depulsor. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Potato.
This cannot be happening. You will die.
Now, Radrock. This ends here, Radrock.
You think you can stop me?
Potato. Confringo. Accio. Arresto momentum. Glaciers.
They'll never break the house of me.
Glaciers. Depulsor. Defender. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Crucible. Arresto momentum. Accio. Confringo. Depulsor. Glaciers. Defender. Imperial. Bombard. This was Professor Thing. Crucible. Accio. Confringo. Arrest them. Glaciers. Depulsor. Defender. Bombardo.
There we go.
Potato. Depulsor. Arresto momentum. Confringo.
There we go. Come on. Oh crap, all the magic. Oh, Mr. Big? Mr. Big? Oh, this is not good.
You need to contain it.
Oh, this looks like it's gonna be painful.
Miriam.
Oh, man.
Miriam would have loved you, my young friend. The wizarding world could not be in more capable hands.
Damn game.
Professor Eleazar Fig. I dare say he was a beloved professor to many of you, certainly a long-standing colleague to his peers. A famed adventurer and seeker of knowledge, he built a reputation charging into the unknown, brazenly disregarding both discretion and safety, providing perhaps a rather unfortunate lesson for us all. His devotion to adventure was rivaled only by his dedication to Hogwarts. And of course, to his wife, Midi, whom we lost much too soon as well.
Yeah. I feel like there was some admiration with him.
Professor Fig represented the best of all of us. He could be deviously clever, possessed a brilliantly inquisitive mind, and was the most loyal of friends. But perhaps it was his remarkable courage, for which we will all be forever indebted to him. If not for Professor Fig, well, I can say with confidence that if not for him, many of us, let alone Hogwarts, would not be here today. Those that knew him best will agree that we must now honor him as only Hogwarts can, by wisely, resourcefully, justly and bravely facing all that lies ahead.
To Professor Fig!
Freaking A, man.
Can't believe we lost Fig. I didn't know him as well as you did, but I know he was a good man. Glad Weasley spoke for him. She honored him well. Fig will be well remembered. I wish the same could have been done for my uncle. I wonder if there's a chance Anne would meet me.
Sebastian, I can't imagine what you and Anne are going through. Perhaps you'll hear from her soon.
I hope so. I'll let you know.
Sebastian, there's something you should know. It's to do with Victor Rookwood.
I heard a rumor that he confronted you outside of Ollivander's. Sounds as if you faced quite a fight.
The rumors are true, and I did, but it's not that. Just before Rookwood attacked, he uttered something familiar. The same words Anne heard before she was cursed. Children should be seen and not heard.
Wait, what are you saying?
It wasn't one of Ranrock's loyalists who cursed Anne. It was Rookwood. It was Rookwood all along.
This can't be. It was the loyalists. It's always been them. The night Anne was cursed, all she saw were goblins.
Once Rookwood allied with Ranrock, Isadora's estate became of interest to them both. That's why Rookwood was there the night Anne was cursed. He was working with Ranrock. When he saw your sister, well, he didn't want anyone to know.
So he cursed her. And she's never been the same. So cruel. Rookwood deserved what he got. Thank you for telling me. It wasn't a goblin. I suppose I owe you an apology. All this time I thought goblins were the enemy. But it was never that simple. Ominous said he's spoken with Anne. I wonder if she'll see me. I'll find out and send word when I know more.
Okay. Congratulations, you have completed the story of Hogwarts Legacy and reached the end of your school year. With your OWL's exam fast approaching, now is a good time to review your field guide progress, explore the world, finish the remaining relationship storylines and side quests, and complete your field guide as you see fit. Okay.
I've thought about what you told me in the Great Hall. I would like to speak with you. Meet me in the Undercroft as soon as you can.
Do last few things.
Nice to see you, my young friend.
Okay. Okay.
I'm glad you came.
Sebastian, I've received your owl. What's happened?
Ominis spoke with Anne about what happened with my Uncle Solomon. She believes I should pay for what I did, but she won't turn me in. She said the guilt I'll have to live with is punishment enough.
I'm so sorry. But I'm glad you know that you can at least try to move on now.
The thing is, I think I've lost my sister. My twin. Forever. She refuses to even see me. I can't blame her. I couldn't really blame any of you if you gave up on me entirely. You all believed in me, and I let you all down.
Perhaps Anne will come around.
Anne may just need some time. Surely one day she'll be able to forgive you.
I hope you're right. I realize I can't undo what's been done, but I can try every day to make up for it. I owe you and Ominis everything for standing by me.
Well, it wasn't easy. But I believe in you, Sebastian. I've had a sense about you since that first day in Defense Against the Dark Arts.
Seems so long ago. Thank you. I have no idea what's to come, but I'm grateful for your friendship. I'm glad you came to Hogwarts.
Okay, so there's like one more mission. What is that?
I don't know why you don't just get a snitch from inside.
Because I told you, I can transfigure one.
All right. Okay. So we got one last thing to do.
I don't mind her going to my side.
Probably for the last mission, make myself a little bit more presentable for...
Professor Weasley? You wanted to see me?
I did. We haven't had a chance to speak since I know you were quite close with Professor Fig.
Hogwarts won't be the same without him.
No, it won't. But I can assure you that he would want us to press on, and that he would rest easy knowing that the future of the wizarding world is in hands like yours.
Thank you, Professor.
You've had quite a year, both inside and outside of Hogwarts. I've heard all sorts of rumors. You've ridden a graphorn, befriended a goblin, rescued hippogriffs, even took it upon yourself to help Professor Black's house elf.
How did you...
It's harder to keep secrets around here than one might suspect. I'm just glad you found such a good friend in Miss Sweeting. It's nice to see her engaging more with her classmates. There have evidently been Snidget sightings in the area lately. If the centaurs are to be believed, 2 Hogwarts students are behind it.
I'm certain I don't know what...
No need to discuss it further. What I would like to discuss is your wizard's field guide. May I see it?
Of course.
Okay.
What do you think, Professor?
I think you've been busy this year. I see some progress here, but quite a bit of your field guide has yet to be completed. Fortunately, you do have some time to prepare for your OWLs. I will confess, I had a sense about you from that first moment you came bursting in, late, to the sorting ceremony. I am pleased to see that my instincts were correct. To think you've only been with us a year and you'll already be taking your OWLs, well, it's nothing short of astonishing.
Thank you, Professor, for everything.
You are most welcome. I look forward to seeing what you do during the rest of your time with us.
Okay. That one's locked. The house cup. Reached level What level am I at right now? $33. Okay. Alright. What else do I need to do for the rule of requirement? Rescue 30 beasts. Upgrade your gear 5 times. Okay. So... done quite a bit. I think I am going to continue this. Just to continue the... complete the field guide and everything. But I'm glad I was able to accomplish, you know, the final mission and stuff like that. So, I think for now, I'm going to go ahead and end the video here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Truly appreciate it. If you guys can, please leave a like, comment, share, subscribe, all the good stuff. If you guys will follow us on social media, links are in the description down below, as well as check out our daily content and the weekly podcast. With that being said, this is Novakast signing off. Have a good one. Take care. And I'll see you guys next video.